Good morning, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. It's Tuesday morning, February 20th, and for the next few hours, I'll be here to give you all of your live events, top stories, and headlines of the day. The time now, 5:57 on the East Coast, and we have several live events coming through our studio at this hour, taking you out to Birmingham, UK now. We're on your screen. You see the UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. He's expected to announce a package of support for rural communities at the National Farmers Union Conference. That's where he is right now. Let's listen in live.
I see firsthand the long hours that you work, the weather that you contend with, the family businesses that you support, the communities you build, the beautiful countryside, the pastures, the hedgerows, the fields that would not be the same without you. You do it not for praise or high reward, but to put food on our tables, to maintain a tradition and a way of life, and to steward our landscape. It's part of who we are, and we don't celebrate you enough. And so, on behalf of the nation, I just wanted to say thank you. Now, while the importance of farmers will never change, farming is going through its biggest change in a generation. And as you do so, this government will be by your side. You've been dealing with soaring global prices in things like fuel and fertilizer, down from 11% to 4% now. And we're increasing payments in our farming schemes by an average of 10%. You're dealing with climate change and extreme weather too. Devastating flooding has damaged crops, delayed planting, and has taken a huge toll on our farming communities. That's why we quickly set out our flooding support and why we're going faster than almost anyone else in the world to tackle climate change, even as we reduce the burdens on families. You're also at the forefront of innovation, from gene editing to boost resilience to disease, to automation to harvest crops. And while, thanks to you, we enjoy good quality food all year round, global events, including Russia's invasion of Ukraine, have put food security back at the top of the agenda. And we'll never take our food security for granted. We've got a plan to support British farming, and we're going further again today in 3 specific areas. First, we're investing in farming. We promise that across this Parliament, every penny of the £2.4 billion annual farming budget would be spent on you. And we will absolutely meet that promise. Agricultural policy has been frustrating. It's taken time. And I appreciate the perception that we didn't always get the balance exactly right. But I still believe that the vision is the right one. CAP disproportionately rewarded the largest landowners and held back smaller farmers. It did little for food productivity or the environment. It was far, far too bureaucratic. Just remember, we used to argue about whether a cauliflower and a cabbage were the same crop, and you could be fined thousands for a gateway being too wide or a buffer strip too narrow. So it's right that our new system invests in the foundations of food security, and we are moving in the right direction. Nearly half of all farmers are now in one of our schemes that were designed with you. And they have something for every type of farmer, from uplands to lowlands, arable to livestock, and of course tenants. Unlike the Labour Party, we will never introduce mandatory requirements to put a percentage of your land into schemes. Nor will we introduce broad-ranging blanket rules like top-down 20-mile-an-hour mandates. With us, you'll have more choice, not less. And today, we want to go further to support you. So we're announcing new steps to make our schemes more generous and easier to use. Take the managing payment. It's working, with many farmers, small farmers especially, signing up. So I can announce today that we're going to double that payment to £2,000, with thousands of farmers receiving that money this spring. We're also launching the biggest ever package of grants this year to boost productivity and resilience, which will total £220 million, increasing the Improving Farming Productivity Scheme to invest in things like robotics and barn-top solar, We're opening a new round of the Farming Equipment and Technology Fund too, worth £70 million. Second, as farming changes, how we work with you in government must change too. The services we provide must be shaped around your needs. And we've got to build a culture that's based on trust. As President Eisenhower said, you know, farming looks mighty easy when your plough is a pencil and you're 1,000 miles from a cornfield. So we're changing the culture. That means trust, support, cooperation. It means delivering on our promise to cut planning red tape that's stopping you from diversifying. In April, for instance, we'll lay legislation so you can create bigger farm shops or outdoor sports venues. And it means more funding for grassroots mental health support, because we know what a tough job farming is. Thirdly, we're strengthening support for your primary role, to produce the nation's food. Food security is a vital part of our national security. And recent years have brought home the truth of that. Putin set off not just an energy price bomb, but a food price bomb too. And as Minette has so powerfully reminded us time after time, in an age of climate change and instability, global food production will become increasingly volatile. So it's important to strengthen food security here at home. Our Agriculture Act introduced a 3-yearly report to monitor food security. But given how much has happened in the last 3 years, it's clear that we need to go further. So today I can announce that we'll step up our monitoring with a new annual food security index, which we expect to be UK-wide. And yes, Minette will make this statutory when parliamentary time allows. We'll publish the first draft at the Farm to Fork Summit this spring. And I'm also delighted to say that those summits will become an annual event. And one way to improve food security is to stop millions of tons of good fresh farm food from going to waste, just because of its shape or size. So we'll also provide funding today, £15 million, to redirect that surplus into the hands of those who need it. So in conclusion, supporting farmers, changing our approach, and strengthening food security. That's our plan. And you can trust us to deliver because we already are. You said you wanted a fair price for your products. Tomorrow, we're laying new regulations for the dairy sector, and we're launching a review of the poultry sector. You asked for fair treatment in our trade deals, so we're standing up for farmers in those negotiations, whether it's with Canada or anybody else. You asked for a fairer, more supportive regulatory system, and we've reformed our approach, cutting penalties for minor issues already down by 40%. But more than this, you can trust us because I know how important my neighbours, our farmers, all of you truly are. You help support millions of jobs, add billions to our economy, shape the landscape, but most of all, you produce the food we need. Food that is some of the best and highest quality anywhere in the world. And that's why I say to all of you and to Britain's farmers, just as I did in my very first speech in Parliament, I've got your back. Thank you very much.
Prime Minister, thank you. I've sat at this table with, as I mentioned, 6 different Secretaries of State, and it really is a huge privilege to have you as Prime Minister with us today. We've got a couple of questions, and I'll ask people to come to the microphones in a minute, but I just wanted to start by touching on the situation with the core standards, effectively, for how we set our negotiations with these trade deals. I know how difficult Canada has proved, and we've been on that journey for 3 years now, and then it was really appreciated that you did stand by your commitment and you did walk away. But I think a lot of the frustration in this room is driven by the fact that we have, on top of SPS, you know, we have high standards of environmental protection and animal welfare legislation. And we've been asking for a long time, when can the core standards become part of our trade negotiations? I'd be very interested to know your thoughts on that, really.
Yeah, well, first thing to say is we do have some of the highest quality standards of production welfare anywhere in the world. It's part of what makes our produce, what all of you do, so highly valued. And yes, we'll talk a little bit about the inward side of the trade deals, but it's why we're able to open up new markets, because people desperately want what we produce in this country. And we think we've done that successfully, whether it's putting our lamb back on supermarket shelves in the US, CPTPP, other deals, which is very positive. But you're right, we need to make sure that our farmers aren't undercut. That's why we have the Independent Trade and Agricultural Commission, something we've spoken about in the past, that can provide that advice from government, and they've been clear that we do not need to change any of our statutory protections at the moment for any of our standards as a result of the deals that we've struck. And one thing that I want to make sure we do going forward is improve our focus on labelling. It's making sure that, you know, our shoppers, when they're out and about in their supermarkets, know exactly what they are buying, what standards it's produced to, where there are differences. That should be clear and transparent, because what we can't have is some products masquerading as something else, and that's not fair. And I remember this very acutely when I first became an MP, and it was the sow stall ban. One of my neighbours, who's a pig farmer, was walking me through that. And again, this is dating back, right? It was, you know, a European-wide piece of welfare legislation, well-intentioned, but again, we implemented it before anyone else did, and then suddenly you could be buying, you know, pork pies in the supermarket that were produced to a different standard no one would ever know. And it's making sure that things like that in the future we can deal with and make sure things are clearly labelled so that all of you are recognised and our shoppers can buy with confidence high-quality British food.
Steve Barclay knows all too well my criticism on the labelling, which is 50% of the value of the food market is out of home.
That's true.
Our pubs, hotels, bars, restaurants. So will it be a manifesto commitment for the Conservative Party? Because the Trade Agricultural Commission, of course, it took 1 million people to get that over the line, and they have recommended it.
Yes, no, I'm not going to write our manifesto here and now, but I think hopefully you can see our track record on these things. And actually, it's funny, actually, when I first came to Parliament and I was on the EFRA Select Committee, one of the things then we were trying to fix on labelling was country of origin labelling. And, you know, again, it's this fact that processed food, we had done it for fresh produce, but not for processed produce. So where did that pork come from inside the pork pie? Still called a British pork pie if it was just, you know, put together here, but ultimately the meat was from somewhere else and said produced to a different standard. So look, we've got a track record of fixing these things. I think labelling is important, standards are important. You've seen the approach we've taken with the tax, so, you know, I'll say, you know, wait to see what's in the manifesto. But look, we are absolutely committed to supporting you to produce the high quality and making sure that you are not undercut when you are doing that, because that's just not fair.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that we'll be picking that up with all parties, because it's absolutely critical to have in a manifesto. I'm going to ask Hannah Beisman if she can come as our Hertfordshire farmer, if she can come to the microphone. And while Hannah is coming to the microphone, I'm just going to focus on my second question to you, which, you know, I noticed when you were talking, and it was really, really great to hear you say that you want to see food security as part of our critical national infrastructure. And, you know, that point at the Resilience Forum, whereby, you know, you were very much talking about the challenges of building resilience, the importance of investing in our energy security, but food security was rather referenced to the global south. Do you see a real sea change now that actually we have to address this? We've got a maritime climate. Food security must be a top priority for government?
I mean, in a word, yes. Now, I think we focus sometimes on the headline number, you know, 75% self-sufficient in the foods that we can actually produce here, but we need to improve that. And that's something I think we all want to see. It's what the British public want to see, and the events of the last couple of years have demonstrated how important that is. And what that headline number, whilst it looks respectable, underneath that are categories where there's very surprising lack of sufficiency in areas. Mark would give you chapter and verse on this, but things like tomatoes, where 16% self-sufficiency is quite counterintuitive. Pears, plums would be similar. Things like lettuces, apples, raspberries, only at 40%. Again, that's very surprising when you think about what we're capable of here. So look, there's clearly things that we can do. That's why you and I talked about this. We focused on it.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, we are live in Birmingham, UK, as the UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak just announced a package of support for rural communities at the National Farmers Union Conference. And you can see from those boxes on the right side of your screen why this is happening. That top right box just went out, but it was showing how there were vehicles blocking major highways at the Poland-Ukraine border. And then you can see there in Greece a very active shot as farmers have taken to the roadways in their tractors, driving through and protesting different imports as well as farmer wages. The time now 6:13 on the East Coast. We're going to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We head out to Georgia for our next top story of the day. Atlanta Public Schools police are working to arrest the student who they say shot 4 teens in a high school parking lot. This happened on Valentine's Day at Benjamin E. Mays High School. Fox 5 Atlanta's Brooke Zahner is live there. Brooke, good morning. Students are still shaken by this shooting.
Yeah, they certainly are, but the chief says it's all thanks to eyewitness accounts of this shooting and some surveillance video that they were able to identify the suspect, who they believe is a student.
Who is responsible for the shooting. There are warrants out for their subject's arrest. He is a student.
Atlanta Public School Police Chief Ronald Applin says they have identified a student who they say is responsible for the quadruple shooting at Benjamin E. Mays High School last week. On Monday, during this year's State of the District address, the chief was asked about violence on school campuses.
Some kids today seem to think the only way they can solve problems is using a gun. And that's just not the way to handle things.
Police have put out a warrant for the student's arrest. Last week's quadruple shooting happened after school was dismissed for the day. Police say someone in a vehicle opened fire on the school's parking lot.
We looked through a lot of video, a lot of information that we were getting from some of the people who actually saw what took place. And we were able to put together enough to get warrants.
Chief Applin says the 4 students who were shot are expected to make full recoveries, thanks in part to the school's updated trauma care.
After seeing some other issues in other districts throughout the country, we decided to go ahead and give every single one of them tourniquets. So we all have tourniquets, and that was one of the great things that came out of what took place last week.
And the student accused here faces several charges, including 4 counts of aggravated assault, 1 count of possession of a firearm on school grounds, and another count for possession of a firearm by a minor. That's the latest here live in Atlanta. I'm Brooke Sonner reporting for Live Now from Fox.
Brooke, I know the last time we spoke with you, police were still working to confirm why this shooting happened in the first place. There were talks that a fight broke out beforehand. Do you have any update on why this mass shooting happened at the school?
No, really what you said is what we know, is that some sort of fight broke out, and that's what led to the shots being fired.
All right, Brooke Sonner there with Fox 5 Atlanta. Brooke, we always appreciate you waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. You enjoy the rest of your day. The time now 6:18 on the East Coast. Going to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and switching gears to another top story of the day. We're discussing the latest of the Israel-Hamas war. On your screen, a live look out in Gaza as the Israel-Hamas war rages on. Right now, we have a hostage family newser underway. We're being told the Israeli military released footage showing hostages by Hamas being moved by Palestinian militants in Gaza. And as we know, at this hour, they continue their fight against Hamas to get those Hamas hostages returned safely. Right now, we're being told the family was kidnapped back in southern Israel on October 7th by Hamas. Let's listen in now to their plea to get their loved ones returned home safely.
Their home. It was Hamas. They killed babies in their crib. So these are the people responsible for their lives. These are the people that are supposed to release them and bring them back to their family. They are the sole people responsible for their lives. Whatever they try to say, remember, this is ISIS level and more crazy terrorists, okay? So they are the point, they are the bottleneck for bringing them home. So of course, we are demanding our government to do everything they can all the time. But we also need the help of the international community to not let Hamas just do whatever they want. Because right now they're not being punished. They have no pressure. Why wouldn't another terrorist organization do just the same thing? They see that the world is powerless and the world doesn't really care for its humanitarian values when they just let monsters like these exist and do these atrocities. So this is my answer.
I would say that, of course, we are very, very worried for their health and for their life. Apart from what Hamas has published over 2 months ago, we are talking about a young boy and a baby being held in very hard condition. So, of course, we are very worried for them and also for my brother. We saw how bad he looks and can only imagine how he feels after Hamas videoed him for this psychological terror video they took of him. So we are worried all the time. I can say that from day to day, from every day to the next, it's a bit harder to keep being optimist and every day I'm waking up worried. Is it a day that I will have to hear some kind of horrifying news, or is Hamas gonna publish another video, or is what else can happen? We've been in this roller coaster for 4 months, never knowing what to expect and what will come next. But as long as they are there, we'll continue our fight and we'll continue to demand the return together with all the hostages from the world and from our government. Our government, I know, is doing things. We don't know all the things we don't know all the things they are doing. Some things are obviously secret and behind the scenes, but we keep demanding them to be active and to be negotiate and to be initiative and to negotiate. Unfortunately, it's negotiating a terror organization, but this is the complex situation we are in. So this is something that we keep demanding from our government as well as from the other countries of the world and from the countries helping us in this negotiation. The bottom line is not everybody is doing enough because it's been 4 months and 134 hostages are still there. So something more has to be done, something else has to be done. And that's the main part of our struggle as families, to make sure that nobody forgets them, nobody will make this some kind of a routine or a normal situation. Keep reminding them that there are 134 people hostage in Gaza. And that's all we can do, and hope and expect our government and the world to really do whatever they can.
Adam?
Thank you. Adam Sella from the New York Times. I wanted to ask, last week, Netanyahu did not send, oh, sorry, let me start first by appreciate you guys sharing. It's very difficult to hear the troubles that you guys are going through, and so I'm very sorry for that. I wanted to ask about last week, with Netanyahu recalling his delegation to the negotiations, and there being questions about the future of negotiations. I was wondering how you feel about how negotiations are progressing, what you'd like the Israeli government to do.
Like I said, we are very worried. I'm very worried. We only know things from the press. We as family don't get any kind of internal information. So we only know what's going on from the press, and there's a lot of announcements and reports. Not everything is correct. Like I said before, when I hear something like this, then this is my cue to speak and to demand that Israel will keep being active and will do whatever she can to negotiate. Personally, I think there's no other way but negotiating a deal to release the hostages. I think that the military press, the military fight in Gaza, it's just another side, but it can't be the only way or the only solution for bringing the hostages. A negotiation and a deal is the only way. The last 136 days that hostages were released, apart from three hostages being released in a military operation. So for me, when I hear this, it's just another opportunity for me to keep shouting for everybody to negotiate, to bring a deal, to do whatever they can. So they'll be back. That's from my
Would anybody
side
else
of things.
like to add anything? Ifat, Iran?
Oh, sorry.
Linda?
Yeah, hi, Linda Gradsteed from Voice of America. Again, thank you all for doing this. What do you know about the group that supposedly kidnapped them, and that, you know, it seems to be some faction? And what were you told about why they were not returned in the previous, hostage release?
We don't know a lot about the group that's holding them, and the group you see in the video. We only know it's not Hamas. It's a different organization inside Gaza and other terror organizations. And apart from that, we actually don't know anything about them. We know they are not a big group, but that's about it. We know that they are a different group than the group that kidnapped Yarden. We can see from the video everything happened really, really fast. They took Yarden, and just a few minutes later, the second group came in and took Shiri. A massive group of terrorists. It just, if the first video you see them surrounding her, and then the second video, just like making her move from one car to another, like it's some kind of, I don't know, some kind of merchandise or something that it's not human. It's not a mother and two babies that they are taking. We don't know anything about why they weren't released on the first deal. All we know is what Hamas published on the day that the deal exploded, when the deal stopped. We really don't know, we can never get inside the head of Hamas or any terror organization and know if this is true or false, or is there any other reason why they are not released? We really don't know. For me, it's just For me, as long as I don't know anything else, for me, they should be returned. They are in the responsibility of Hamas. Hamas should return those kids and this family. And I could only hope that they are somewhere, just don't know where they are, and somehow safe, and we'll see them again.
I want to add something to clarify something. Even though it's a different faction, it's not really, as Hamas is the big governmental terrorist organization that conducted the entire operation. So they are a gang, this faction. There are many gangs there, many sub-factions of terrorists, but the one that ultimately called the shot is Hamas. And the one that did planned and did the 7th of October is Hamas. And Hamas is the address for any negotiation and any deal and any effort to bring them back. So Hamas can try to use this different faction as an excuse to try to relieve themselves of responsibility. But this is a trick. They are the one that did October 7th. They are the one who calls the shot. They are the one who lead different factions to these unimaginable actions. And they are the address for the release of our family.
And if I add one more thing about what I take from that new video is the original video of my cousin was taken around 9:50 in the morning, 9:45. The new videos are from 10:05 or 10:15, something like that, really shortly after, already inside Gaza. You can see the men waiting outside of that, I don't know, place where she was taken, already prepared with a blanket. It was very well organized and well prepared. It was nothing spontaneous, deciding to just, okay, let's take them. They knew they entered Israel with the intention of taking back civilians as hostages. And you can see it clearly in that video.
Thank you. Nicola? Oh, sorry, not you. Don't think you raised your hand. Fabiano.
Yes, thank you, everybody. I have a question, but I want to ask if at clarification of what you have just said. Do you believe that civilians in general were meant to be taken, or specifically your family members? And the other question is, you were in touch with the IDF, but with the spokesperson, Daniel Agari, because he's really touched, of course, when he deals with the Biba story. And I wanted to ask you if he was in any special connection with you, updating you and sharing any information.
I'll address your first question first. I think it's a proven fact by now that 240 hostages initially were taken. Most of them, the majority of them, were civilians from the kibbutzim, from Niroz, Be'eri, Faraza, from those communities. And my family, unfortunately, were part of that attack. If it's personal against my family, of course, because I believe their agenda was to kidnap civilians and Israelis for being Israelis, because a 9-month-old, I don't know if he has a political point of view, or so they just took him for being Israeli. And it's my opinion, of course, considering the facts and what we know and what we heard. Their next door neighbor were slaughtered, and their grandparents who lived 2 minutes by were slaughtered. And an entire family were shot, 3 children among them, directly. And my cousin was kidnapped. For a minute there, I thought I was lucky because I might see her again. And our story is not over. And I'm worried because it's been 4 months now. And for your second question about Daniel Hagari, we are in touch with some officials from the government. We receive the information, the intelligence directly from them. They show us information before they show it to the press to make sure emotionally that we are prepared. There's not a lot of information given to us, okay? There's not a lot of details concerning my family that's given to us through the IDF. But if we have questions and if we have demands, they are all available for us. And of course, my family's story is basically my country's story. They are, you know, in everybody's hearts, and everyone wants to see them come back. And I believe it's true internationally as well. Those 2 little redhead boys captured the heart of a lot of people. And unfortunately, they became, you know, famous because of what happened to them. And I really hope we'll get to see them back soon.
Yeah. Liz, Bankamoon.
Hello, thank you for being with us today. Liz from Brussels in Belgium. You've talked to us about the fact that they are famous, and it's true, they have become a symbol of those hostages. Did you feel the support of the world, or were you more shocked by the rise of anti-Semitism all over the world?
I think both of the things happened. I think our family specifically got a lot of support from all over the world, mainly from social media, but also when we went to all kind of delegations around the world, we really feel the support, and people all around the world are really hurting with us, with our family story. I know from reports there are also a rise in anti-Semitism in the world. I think it's what worries me is that people connect this anti-Semitism or their political view of trying to speak for the Palestinians. They're connecting it with Hamas. And I think these two things it's what should be separated, because, and that's what people should understand, that Hamas is not any kind of legitimate political party. They don't have any agenda regarding helping the Palestinian, making their life better. Their agenda is killing the Jews, making an end to the Israel. So for me, that's what really really hurts, because I think all the people in Israel are hurting when they see civilians getting hurt on the other side. I think a baby is a baby, regardless if it's my nephew or a baby from Gaza. When I see a baby getting hurt in Gaza, it hurts. But people should understand that the war that Israel is at the moment facing in Gaza, something that is only it's Hamas' responsibility. Hamas brought this war upon the Palestinian citizen, And I think now we hear some of the people living in Gaza starting to raise their hand, speak up and understanding that that Hamas is not good for them and is not, and they should also help Israel in fighting them. So I think everything is very complicated, but at the bottom line, what happened to the Israeli people on the 7th of October, you can't call it, it's not part of a war. It's not something that should happen as part of a war. Women should not be raped. Babies should not be killed. Babies should not be kidnapped. Civilians should not be kidnapped. So these two issues should be separated. That's what I feel about all the situation around the world at the moment.
Anyone else? Do we have any more questions? I'll give you a minute to think, and in the meantime, I'll ask one. First of all, we hope and pray that you'll get to create so many more memories when they're back. But if you would share with us, one of you, all of you, a favorite memory, a story that you think about when you want to think and get a sense of fresh air. Will you be able to share with us?
Of course. Shiri being my youngest.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Vox, a virtual press conference underway. The Bibas family holding this press conference, pleading to Hamas to release their loved one. They were encouraged to hold this press conference by the Israeli military after they released footage showing their family members being moved by Palestinian militants in Gaza shortly after Hamas kidnapped the family in southern Israel back on October 7th. Also giving you a live look at the Israel-Gaza border now at 6:45 on the East Coast. We're going to go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, continuing with top stories and headlines of the day. Are you a Swiftie upset that concert resale tickets to her Eras tour were just too high? Well, you're not alone. And now Maryland lawmakers want to do something about it. They're introducing a bill that clamps down how much those second-party ticket resellers can turn a ticket around for. Fox 5 DC's Stephanie Ramirez is in Silver Springs with more. Stephanie, good morning.
Good morning to you. You know, we saw U.S. senators, U.S. lawmakers have this conversation toward the end of 2023, which is about a half an hour south of where we are this morning. But now lawmakers in the state of Maryland are trying to take a stab at this. You mentioned the second-party sellers that they're going after. We're talking about the StubHubs of the world, SeatGeeks of the world. This is what they're doing here. And what they're trying to do is stop ticket scalping or the astronomical sale of these tickets second time around here by setting limits. So, for example, a secondary seller would not be able to charge more than the face value of a ticket. They have extra fees, and if they do have those fees, they have to itemize what those fees are, and it would set a cap on the resale, not able to exceed 10% of the total price of the initial ticket. Lastly, they're wanting to end the speculative sales. And that's when these second-party vendors start selling tickets that they don't actually have. So this is something that was introduced in the Maryland State Legislature back in January. It's going to committee now. There is supposed to be a hearing about it today, but it is something that has impacted a lot of people. This bill would not only impact those trying to buy concert tickets like the Swifties we know about out there, but also for big events like just here in Maryland recently, we saw the AFC game for the Ravens have astronomical sale prices. Also, sporting events will be impacted by this as well.
Stephanie Ramirez there. We appreciate that report. And look, I know Swiftie fans are on the edge of their seats listening to your every word and excited about this because there were several people that were affected, as you mentioned, for that Eras tour. But I want to ask you, Stephanie, as we know people are for this bill, but what does the opposition have to say?
And that's a very interesting point there. There are folks who are already speaking out against this, believing that the market should dictate what the ticket value or what the sale price is. But those for it, clearly parents wanting to buy those tickets, but really the customers. Some of the bands we've heard from also, this doesn't benefit them, and the venues will sometimes argue this doesn't benefit them as well. So it'll be interesting to see how far this gets. The bill, just introduced to committees, does have a ways to go, so we'll be following it for sure.
Very interesting indeed. Stephanie Ramirez with Fox 5 DC. We appreciate you waking up with us this morning on Live Now from Fox. You enjoy the rest of your day.
You as well.
Thank you. The time now 6:50 on the East Coast. We have to go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Right now, I want to show you all a very compelling shot that just popped up here in our newsroom. There you're seeing a missile strike there at the Israel-Gaza border. As we know, at this hour now, 6:52 on the East Coast, the Israel-Hamas war rages on. And as this war rages on, we know it stemmed from that October 7th attack where Hamas invaded the area. You see now a kite flying there. But nevertheless, Hamas taking hostages. And now the Bibas family, that was one of the families impacted there in southern Israel. They're holding a press conference right now, pleading to Hamas to release their loved one. As you can imagine, they are holding on to hope at this hour. We're being told the Israeli military actually encouraged them to hold this press conference after footage was released showing that their family members were still alive in Gaza, being moved around by Palestinian militants. So let's continue to listen into this presser, live, raw, and unfiltered.
I'm writing a piece for the Daily Mail, just so you know. I just wanted to share that, I think one of you, Elon, I think you said about the horror when the Bibas family weren't in the first release. And I just want to explain that it moved me, like I burst into tears. I was in England and I burst into tears and I said to my sister-in-law, how can this be? Where are the babies? How can this be? And we are Jewish, so maybe we feel the pain differently, but she understood me. Everyone I spoke to in England when I was there was just horrified. And I just want you to know that you're not alone in the horror. Like whatever happened, they should have been the first people out. Every life is valuable, but they're the youngest. So I just want you to know that from my knowledge of the UK Jewish community, people are standing by you and praying and hoping and doing everything they can. And I think that was all I wanted to say. So thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tia, one final one. Tia Goldenberg.
Sorry, yes, I'm here. You mentioned this while you were giving your remarks earlier about how there's kind of politics seeping into the struggle to free the hostages. And I was hoping you could talk a bit about that a bit more. Is the struggle being politicized in Israel? And if so, how does that affect the campaign to free them?
I think in Israel, it's a bit different than the rest of the world. I mean, other than very minor extremists that unfortunately exist everywhere, the overall consensus, whatever the political side you're on, is that this is horrifying and that they must get back as immediately as possible. And this is the support that we felt over the entire time from the Israeli community. People that were completely left-leaning and atheists and people with traditional clothing, religious people, right, left. We just felt the warmth and the love and support from really everyone. So in Israel, it's different and it's it's a wide consensus. But when we see the videos and ourselves when we are going to Europe or whatever, that we see the ripped posters, that we see the tens of thousands of people, even more, shouting to pretty much destroy us and kill us, and we see. I saw a ripped poster of Phil that had "Free Palestine" underneath written. So this is the kind of fusion of artificial and evil fusion that they're doing with our family to make it part of a political struggle instead of just seeing it for the humanitarian crisis that it is. And this is what we are trying to make even you, the reporters, understand that this is a separate issue. For us, it's our family members that we want back alive. That's it. That's why we are here. That's why we are talking to you. That's why we fly around the world to speak with many people with influence. We are just trying to get them back home, and we're not trying to solve the Middle East conflict, and we're not trying to do anything of that matter. We really just want, I want my cousin, Ophir wants her brother, and Ifat wants her cousin as well, and the family. That's it. That's all we want.
I can say from my point that it's really hard hearing that people think that our struggle is in some way political or aiming for any other result or have any kind of other purpose other than bringing our family back. When I speak to my government, when I speak to my prime minister, it's because he's the prime minister and he's responsible, and he's the one that can bring my family back, and that's the only reason why I'm addressing him directly, and not for any other reason. And just like in any other situations, there will always be people that will try to make things political or look political or take it to their agenda. We as family, and I think that's also the family forum is really trying, even though sometimes it's even preventing us from doing certain actions. We are really trying to stay as neutral as possible and to keep our fight as clean as possible. With our agenda only focusing on bringing the hostages back and nothing more than that. Whatever happened in Israel day after is behind our control at the moment, and should not be discussed at this moment. It's not the time. First bring the hostages back, let the communities, let the people, let the Israeli people start recovering and rehabilitate their life. Israel is still living the trauma of October 7th. So I think all the people that are trying to take it to any kind of political agenda is not worth even considering or addressing for me. That's how I feel about it.
Okay, thank you, Free. Thank you. Thanks everyone for joining us.
Before we finish, I would like to add just one little thing to all of you. Again, thank you for listening to us and giving us, the stage to share again our thoughts and feelings. And I would like to address through you, if I can, to the Arab world press and to the Muslim communities approaching the Ramadan. Next month, the Arab community will start the Ramadan fast, time that is all about remorse and new beginning. And what happened here on the 7th doesn't represent Islam. What Hamas has done and is doing towards the Palestinians, towards the Israelis, does not represent Islam. And I'm asking for the Arab communities, for the Arab leaders, for people who do believe in the good of humanity, to approach that time, to make that time of the Ramadan, of the fast, and put the pressure where it should be on Hamas and releasing those hostages. Kidnapping babies is not Islam. Kidnapping women and raping women in captivity is not Islam. It's not human. And I know people from all over the world, no matter their race and their color, that believe in humanity wants this to end. And it's really an important message of peace and acceptance, and we need everyone's help. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ifat, and thanks everyone. I do want to add that we kept talking about 4 months, but it's been 4 months and a half now, which are 136 days.
which is over a third of baby Kfir's life, basically. And I just want to say thank you again. We at the Hostages Families Forum will continue to do everything in our efforts to bring Shiri, Ariel, Kfir, Yarden, and all the hostages back home now. Tal?
Thank you. Yes, I would like to take a moment to thank you again, Ifat. Thank you, Elon. Thank you, Ofri. As I said before, we are hoping and praying for their release and their return, fast return of them healthy and, you know, for a lot of time of recovery. But we hope that they're going to be back. Thank you again for sharing your time and taking the time to speak to us. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So this virtual presser wrapping up as families continue to hold on to hope, but also pleading to Hamas for their loved one's safe return. You can see the lady on your screen, very emotional, tears falling from her face. The Bibas family actually holding today's press conference virtually after the Israeli military encouraged them to hold it. Footage released by them showing their family members being moved by Palestinian militants out in Gaza. This after the family was originally kidnapped back in southern Israel by Hamas on October 7th. And giving you a live look out the Israel-Gaza border at this hour, you see those missile strikes there in the distance continuing, showing you all that the Israel-Hamas war rages on. Switching gears now to another live look we have coming through our studio. This one coming out of The Hague, Netherlands. The International Court of Justice holding public hearings to allow parties to give their views on the legal consequences of Israel's occupation of the Palestinian territories before eventually issuing a non-binding legal opinion. You can see that the justices just left for a brief recess, so I actually want to play out now the comments from this morning from South Africa. Let's listen in.
Opinion for the Palestinian people, more especially the legal characterization of the situation of occupation and the imposition of the system of racial oppression and apartheid, which have unconscionably been permitted to continue for far too long. The occupation alone has persisted for 56 years. As the UN Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories explained in 2022, the occupation by Israel has been conducted in profound defiance of international law and hundreds of United Nations resolutions, with scant pushback from the international community. Consequently, Mr. President, that defiance by Israel has already led to the killing of tens of thousands of Palestinians, including an estimated 30,000 killed in the past 4 months alone. These are not mere statistics, Mr. President. They are flesh and blood of the Palestinian people. Therefore, we must ask, when will Israel's decades-long impunity for widespread and systematic human rights violations and violations of peremptory norms of international law end, if not now? Over the past 136 days, the world has watched in horror daily the relentless attacks on Gaza, the ferocity and violence of Israel's latest military campaign against Gaza, and its flouting of international law, including an order of this court, which was handed down on 26 January 2024, is the clearest indication that Israel considers itself unrestrained in its actions against Palestinians. Its actions recur with even more depravity and bloodshed, being of such a serious nature as to lead this court to find them plausibly genocidal. I remind the court that it is in our recent submissions before it, in the hearings for the indication of provisional measures in the application of the Convention and Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in the Gaza Strip in South Africa versus Israel, South Africa underscored how Israel's ongoing acts and omissions in Gaza form part of a continuum of illegal acts perpetrated by it against Palestinian people since the 1948 Nakba, and since then the 1967 occupation. The legality of that occupation is now the subject of this matter before the court. Mr. President, the Palestinian cause is one which resonates strongly with the people of South Africa. That is because the Palestinian struggle invokes mournful memories of our own struggle against apartheid, segregation and oppression. Ours is an experience aptly referred to by the United Nations Security Council in 1980 as a crime against the conscience and dignity of mankind, and as being incompatible with the rights and dignity of man. It is not without a measure of irony that one notes that this painful experience of our past has enabled South Africa to make a significant contribution to the development of international law on apartheid. From this experience, a universal legal prohibition of its practice emerged in the form of a peremptory norm and an international crime. The norm against apartheid has become one of the most cited norms of jus cogens. We as South Africans sense, see, hear and feel to our core the inhumane discriminatory policies and practices of the Israeli regime as an even more extreme form of the apartheid that was institutionalized against black people in my country, coincidentally from the year 1948, and which lasted until 1994. The late South African cleric, the Most Reverend Archbishop Desmond Tutu, wrote the following, open quote, "Many black South Africans have traveled to the occupied West Bank and have been appalled by Israeli roads built for Jewish settlers that West Bank Palestinians are denied access to, and by Jewish-only colonies built on Palestinian land in violation of international law. Black South Africans and others around the world have seen the 2010 Human Rights Watch report, which describes the two-tier system of laws, rules and services that Israel operates for the two populations in areas in the West Bank under its exclusive control, which provide preferential services, development and benefits for Jewish settlers while imposing harsh conditions on Palestinians. This, in my book, is apartheid. It is untenable," end quote. That was the position already 14 years ago, since 2010. Since then, the situation of the occupied Palestinian population has worsened exponentially, with the reality of apartheid becoming so obviously explicit as to now being recognized not only by South African and Palestinian victims of apartheid themselves, but by the broader international community, including both Israeli and international human rights organizations. Moreover, it is clear that Israel's illegal occupation is also being administered in breach of the prohibition of the crime of apartheid. It is indistinguishable from settler colonialism, which has no place in the 21st century. Israeli apartheid must end. Palestine, the last unfulfilled sacred trust of civilization, for whom the international community bears responsibility, must now be fulfilled. The Palestinian people must be permitted to exercise their inalienable right to self-determination. Mr. President, South Africa bears a special obligation both to its own people and the international community to ensure that wherever the egregious and offensive practices of apartheid occur, these must be called out for what they are and brought to an immediate end, and that the perpetrators of such egregious breaches of parental norms of international law be held accountable. In the construction of wall case, this court held that the construction of the wall being built by Israel, the occupying power, in the occupied Palestinian territory, including in and around East Jerusalem, and its associated regime, are contrary to international law, and that Israel is under an obligation to dismantle forthwith the structure therein situated, and to repeal or render ineffective forthwith all legislative and regulatory acts relating thereto. Despite that 19-year-old finding by the court, today Palestinians in the West Bank, including many in East Jerusalem, continue to be contained behind a segregating wall. They continue to be subjected to discriminatory land zoning and planning policies, punitive and administrative house demolitions, and violent Israeli army incursions into their villages, towns and cities, and refugee camps, including Area A, which is supposed to be under full Palestinian control. Palestinians continue to be subjected to routine violent Israeli raids on their homes, with thousands of adults and children being subjected to unlawful arbitrary arrests by Israeli soldiers in the dead of night, and indefinitely renewable internment without trial, known as euphemistically as administrative detention, and a dual legal system pursuant to which Palestinians, including Palestinian children, are tried under military legislation by military judges, often themselves illegal settlers, in Israeli military courts, without basic protection of international humanitarian and human rights law, while Israeli settlers living illegally in the same territory are subject to an entirely different legal regime and tried in Israeli civilian courts with full access to due process. Separately, Palestinians in Gaza have lived in a sealed-off enclave, fragmented and segregated from the West Bank, and subjected by Israel to regression, sustained closure, and seized. Palestinian refugees and exiles in the diaspora are systematically denied their right to return to their homes. Apartheid Israel discriminates against and fragments all Palestinian people to ensure the maintenance of Israeli Jewish domination. South Africa beseeches this court to examine the institutionalized regime of discriminatory laws, policies and practices applied by Israel along the definition of the crime of apartheid, and to find that Israel subjects Palestinians to what constitutes an apartheid regime. The clear legal characterization of the nature of Israel's regime over the Palestinian people can only assist in remedying the ongoing delay in achieving a just settlement, a delay which perpetually conflagrates the cycle of violence. As I speak, and for each of the past 136 days, the world is witnessing in Gaza an assault that is unprecedented in speed and severity, violating the most basic precepts of the right to life and the survival of a population. The international community's unwillingness to hold Israel accountable for its policies and practices, and its failure to ensure the immediate, unconditional and total withdrawal of Israeli troops and an immediate end to Israel occupation and apartheid in Palestine, including Gaza, the West Bank and East Jerusalem, emboldens Israel to cross a further threshold, namely to commit the crime of crimes, genocide. Mr. President, distinguished members of the court, it is now my honor to request you to invite Advocate Andrew Stemmet to the bar to submit South Africa's further observations on the questions referred to the court by the UN General Assembly.
Thank you.
I thank His Excellency, Mr. Vuzimuzi Madonsela. I now give the floor to Mr. Peter Andreas Stemmet. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. President, distinguished members of the court, it is an honor to appear before this honorable court today on behalf of the Republic of South Africa. The request for an advisory opinion presents a critical opportunity to clarify and reconfirm the rules and principles of international law applying to the situation of Palestine and the Palestinian people. A clear legal assessment would assist the General Assembly and the broader international community to promote peace and justice, a key element of judicial propriety, at a time when a ferocious and unrestrained military assault has been launched by Israel on the Palestinians in Gaza, which this court has found may plausibly amount to genocide, threatening the very existence of the Palestinian people. In this submission, we do not intend to restate South Africa's arguments on why the court has to assume jurisdiction, as this has been dealt with in some detail in our written statement. We will therefore focus on the Palestinian right to self-determination and the violation thereof by Israel, and then we will continue to submit our arguments on the legal consequences for Israel, the United Nations, and third states. Mr. President, members of the court, the right to self-determination, also called the Magna Carta of decolonization, is an established and inalienable right and fundamental principle of international law. The respect for this principle is one of the purposes of the United Nations, Article 1, Paragraph 2 of the Charter. It has an erga omnes character owed to the international community as a whole, on which the court has developed a strong and consistent jurisprudence. The inalienable right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and full independence has been recognized by the United Nations in numerous resolutions over the decades, and the most recent General Assembly resolutions of December 2023 once again recognized the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and the permanent sovereignty of the Palestinian people in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, over their natural resources. Self-determination accrues to a people, and in its most recent order of 26 January 2024, in the matter of application of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in the Gaza Strip, South Africa versus Israel, the court confirmed that the Palestinians constitute, and I quote, a distinct national, ethnical, racial, or religious group, end quote. Israel has occupied the Palestinian territory in the West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem since the 1967 Arab-Israeli War, and annexed East Jerusalem and parts of the West Bank in that same year. It is not disputed that the acquisition of territory by the threat or use of force is illegal, irrespective of whether the territory was acquired through a war of self-defense or of an act of aggression. The occupying power cannot annex any part of the occupied territory, and there is an obligation on states not to recognize such an illegal territorial acquisition. Moreover, that an occupation must also be temporary in nature was confirmed by the court in the Namibia Southwest Africa case, where it held that the end of South Africa's mandate must be self-determination and independence of the people of Namibia. A 56-year occupation is not temporary. Annexation, per definition, cannot be temporary. These principles also apply to Palestine. The Security Council has already in 1967, in Resolution 242,
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, we are in The Hague, Netherlands, as the UN highest court continues their hearings into Israeli policies. We just heard from representatives of South Africa. The time now 7:22 on the East Coast. We're going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, giving you a live look at this hour at Washington, D.C., and you can see the White House there in the distance. President Biden now considering new sanctions against Russia. He's blaming Russian President Vladimir Putin for the death of opposition leader Alexei Navalny. As Doug Luzader reports from Washington, he's also lashing out at Congress. Doug, good morning.
Good morning. President Biden needs Congress to break this impasse to fund the Ukrainian war effort against Russia, but he's also facing new pressure now after some tough talk about Putin.
We already have sanctions moving, and we're considering additional sanctions, yes.
The threat of new Russian sanctions now from President Biden following the death of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny. And Biden says Vladimir Putin is responsible. But 3 years ago, he was more pointed when talking about the possibility of Navalny's demise.
I believe the consequences of that would be devastating for Russia.
And now Biden is also directing his anger at Republicans in Congress for failing to fund Ukraine in its defense against Russia.
They're making a big mistake not responding. Look, the way they're walking away from the threat of Russia, the way they're walking away from NATO, the way they're walking away from meeting our obligations, it's just shocking. I've been here a while. I've never seen anything like this.
With Russian forces on the move and Ukraine running low on supplies, there is some bipartisan support on Capitol Hill for funding the war effort.
And I'm very, very determined to get this done. And I'm very confident we're going to get it done.
But with the war in Ukraine now entering its third year, there is also, among some Republicans, a demand that the president protect the U.S. border as well.
I don't think they have the votes over there to fund Ukraine or Israel unless we secure our border first.
But we've already seen how difficult it is to combine these foreign aid bills with immigration reform. The last proposal never made it out of Congress. Back to you guys.
Doug Luzader there with Fox News Channel. Doug, as always, we appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks.
Thank you. The time now 7:26 on the East Coast, and continuing with other stories we're following here on Live Now from Fox, giving you a live look out there in Gaza. That's the Israel-Gaza border, and you can see from the haze in the background how this war rages on at this hour. We do know out in The Hague, Netherlands, the United Nations highest court continued hearings this morning into the legality of Israeli policies in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem, plunging the 15 international judges back into the heart of this decades-long conflict. Let's continue to listen in.
Mr. President, members of the court, turning now to the nature of the Israeli administration of the occupied Palestinian territory, it is straight law that Israel, as the occupying power, is bound by both international humanitarian law and international human rights law in its administration of the occupied Palestinian territory. The basic objective of international humanitarian law applicable to occupation is the protection of the population under occupation, including their safety and security, and their public and private property. As the record of the past half-century makes clear, Israel, as the occupying power, is not acting in the best interests of the population under occupation and is not administering the occupied territory in good faith, breaching multiple jus cogens norms of international law, including the prohibitions on annexation, self-determination, apartheid and genocide, on which I have focused. In terms of international humanitarian law, the continuing construction and expansion of Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territory are in clear violation of Article 49 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, to which Israel is a party and which the court has found in the Wall case to be binding upon Israel. In terms of international human rights law, this court confirmed in the Wall case that the protection offered by human rights conventions does not cease in the cases of armed conflict, except under specific and very defined non-derogation principles. While it's also established law that the human rights law obligations of a state also apply in situations over which such state has control. Mr. President, members of the court, Ambassador Madonsela has dealt in some detail with the practices of apartheid perpetrated by Israel against the Palestinian people, including as the occupying power in the occupied Palestinian territory. But at this juncture, it's also appropriate to recall that the court held in the Namibia-South West Africa case that to establish and enforce distinctions, exclusions, restrictions and limitations exclusively based on the grounds of race, color, descent or national or ethnic origin constitute a denial of fundamental rights and is a flagrant violation of the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter. The extent of human rights violations and discriminatory laws and practices by Israel with respect to the Palestinian population is well documented in various reports of the treaty-based and charter-based mechanisms of the United Nations and is recalled in the resolutions of the Security Council and the General Assembly. These policies and practices have reached the threshold of apartheid within the meaning ascribed to it in the International Convention on the Suppression and Punishment of the Crime of Apartheid. While Israel is not a party to the Apartheid Convention, the fourth report on peremptory norms of general international law, Jus Cogens, by the International Law Commission Special Rapporteur, found that the Apartheid Convention codified what was already a crime under customary international law, and that this crime has a Jus Cogens character. The prohibition of apartheid and racial discrimination is therefore a peremptory norm of international law and binding on all states, including Israel. Mr. President, members of the court, Israel's total disdain and disrespect for these principles result in the occupation being inherently and fundamentally illegal in terms of international law, just as South Africa's prolonged presence in Namibia was found by this court to be illegal. Mr. President, members of the court, further to a finding of illegality, the General Assembly also seeks guidance on the wider consequences of such a finding. We now turn to the legal consequences for Israel, the United Nations, and third states. The continued occupation by Israel and the Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, as well as the aforementioned violation of peremptory norms of international law, are breaches of international obligations constituting internationally wrongful acts attributable to Israel and which invoke the law of state responsibility. The law of state responsibility provides that the state responsible for an internationally wrongful act is under an obligation to seize such act and to make reparation in an adequate form, as confirmed by this court's predecessor in the factory at Khorjov case. In the present case, the aforementioned principles of international law require that Israel must bring an immediate, unconditional and complete end to the occupation in all its manifestations. This means that Israel must immediately cease its illegal settlement activities and all measures aimed at altering the character, status and demographic composition of the occupied Palestinian territories and dismantle illegal structures, including the settlements and the wall. Furthermore, it must immediately, unconditionally and totally withdraw its occupation forces from the occupied Palestinian territory, dismantle the settler colonial apartheid regime against Palestinian people, rescinding all legislative measures adopted with a view to annex Palestinian land and discriminate against the Palestinian people, allowing for the full restitution of Palestinian property and for the right to self-determination of the Palestinian people to be finally realized. The United Nations, especially the Security Council and General Assembly, must in all their engagements and actions on the issue of Palestine be guided by the imperative of the implementation of the sacrosanct Palestinian right to self-determination. To this end, these organs must use all measures within their powers to bring an immediate end to the unlawful Israeli occupation of the Palestinian territory, including Jerusalem, East Jerusalem. The United Nations should also remain seized of the matter and continuously monitor implementation of any order that the court may give to end the racial discrimination and apartheid by Israel in the occupied Palestinian territory, to ensure that the illegal situation is terminated immediately, and to ensure that their resolutions are implemented without delay. Urgent consideration should also be given, in particular, to the re-establishment of the Special Committee on Apartheid, with respect to the occupied Palestinian territory that will be seized with this matter. Third states must immediately act with a view to end, through all lawful means and measures, the annexation by Israel of parts of the occupied Palestinian territory and East Jerusalem, and refrain from rendering assistance or aid in any form to Israel for the maintenance of the situation. Third states have a positive obligation not to recognize Israel's continued occupation and presence in the occupied Palestinian territory, as these are breaches of Hugh Cogan's norms of international law. That obligation, far too long ignored, must now urgently be implemented. Mr. President, members of the court, the failure of the international community to act decisively to end the illegal occupation and annexation of Palestinian territory and the settler colonialism, apartheid practices and continuous human rights violations perpetrated by Israel against the Palestinian people as an occupying power across Gaza, the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, form the broader context and the root causes of Israel's current military onslaught on Gaza that has already claimed the lives of an estimated 30,000 Palestinian civilians and has resulted in wide-scale destruction and a catastrophic humanitarian situation. Mr. President, honorable members of the court, it's often said that the right to life is the font from which all other rights flow. The same could be said about the right to self-determination.
You're listening in Raw and Unfiltered. Out in The Hague, Netherlands, as this morning the UN highest court continued their hearings into Israeli policies. The time now 7:36 on the East Coast. We're going to go to our second 2-minute break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Heading back out to The Hague, Netherlands. As we know, this morning there was an ICJ hearing as the United Nations highest court continued hearings into the legality of Israeli policies in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem. Let's continue to listen in.
Of Israel's current military onslaught on Gaza that has already claimed the lives of an estimated 30,000 Palestinian civilians and has resulted in wide-scale destruction and a catastrophic humanitarian situation. Mr. President, honourable members of the court, it's often said that the right to life is the font from which all other rights flow. The same could be said about the right to self-determination. In the absence of self-determination, it is impossible for a people to realize a plethora of other rights. These advisory proceedings present this honourable court with the opportunity to assist in bringing about the immediate and unconditional end to the ongoing unlawful violation of the Palestinian right to self-determination. Mr. President, distinguished members of the court, this brings to an end the oral submission by South Africa. I wish to thank the court for your attention. Thank you.
I thank the delegation of South Africa for its presentation. Et j'invite maintenant la prochaine délégation, l'Algérie, à s'adresser à la Cour et appelle Monsieur le Professeur Ahmed Laraba à la barre. Vous avez la parole.
All right, so right now they're not speaking in English and there isn't an English translation. So we're going to go ahead and go to our third break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Continuing now with top stories and headlines of the day. We're entering day 5 of the search for a missing 11-year-old girl in Texas. Audrey Cunningham disappeared Thursday morning in Livingston, an hour north of Houston. We're learning more about the person of interest they have in custody. Fox 26 Houston's Shelby Rose joining us live with what we found out at this hour. Shelby, good morning.
Good morning. You know, the person of interest in this case, Don McDougal, is cooperating to an extent with authorities, telling him that he did leave the home with Audrey Thursday morning, the day that she went missing, and is believed to be the last person to be with her before she disappeared. However, the Polk County Sheriff does say that he has not confessed to any crime. Now, officials say McDougal was a friend of Audrey's father and was allowed to live in a trailer behind their house and also take her to school from time to time. We do know authorities are pointing their search efforts to specific locations in Polk County, but they wouldn't tell us where they exactly are, explaining they want to preserve the integrity of the ongoing investigation. We also know that there was a child's backpack that was found over the weekend, and they now strongly believe that to be Audrey's, which they're considering a key piece of evidence. And while McDougal is the person of interest in this case, Sheriff Lyons says they're not ruling anyone out, explaining charges haven't been filed because their investigation isn't complete.
We want to make sure that we take all the evidence that we have collected. Yes, he may have been the last person with her, and yes, she is missing at this time. But we want to make for sure that whatever evidence that we collect and that we place on an affidavit today is going to be something that's going to hold up in the court later. It does us no good to prematurely charge him now, and then 3-4 months from now it get tossed out of court because we were moving too fast.
And of course, authorities will be out searching today. We did just see a boat about 15 minutes ago being driven on a trailer down here, because behind us is the Trinity River, where they were searching using sonar technology yesterday. And they also have increased the reward for any information that leads to charges to $10,000. Gina?
Ask you, I know with these type of cases, as it goes into the 5th day, the 6th day, the anticipation and the heightened security increases because they say it makes it even harder for them to find them. Are you hearing anything on that front, if they're getting closer or if they still are not really getting that many leads?
Well, they are being tight-lipped about the investigation, as I said, to keep the integrity. They do say they've been getting a ton of tips, and they are still hopeful that they will find Audrey safe.
We are definitely praying for her safe return. Shelby Rose there with Fox 26 Houston. Shelby, we always appreciate you joining us on Live Now from Fox. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. The time now 7:45 on the East Coast, going to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, heading back out to the Hague, Netherlands.
Mr. President, members of the court, it's a great honor for me.
That this morning, the ICJ met right now. They're in recess, but this morning, the United Nations highest court continuing hearings into the legality of Israeli policies in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem. Let's continue to listen in.
Our written statement and address at the outset one matter that postdated our submission, but which is impossible to ignore when considering the questions before the court. That matters, of course, Israel's military aggression against Gaza and its increasing acts of violence directed against the Palestinian population of the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, since October 2023. I believe I speak in consonance with virtually the entire international community in expressing the Kingdom's profound revulsion and condemnation of the horrendous death, destruction and displacement of Palestinian civilians brought about by Israel's illegal and brutal war in Gaza and the notorious increase in Israeli aggression, impunity and international law violations in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, since October 2023. Israel defends this obscene brutality as the necessary price for defeating Hamas. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia firmly rejects this twisted logic. Israel's actions in laying waste to the Gaza Strip, killing and maiming tens of thousands of innocent civilians, depriving them of food, water, and the basic means of survival, while displacing virtually the entire population of the 2.3 million people, are not justified under any circumstances. Israel's actions have severely dehumanized the Palestinian population, treating them as dispensable objects rather than human beings. These disgraceful acts, which have brought about formal accusation before this esteemed court that Israel is committing genocide against the Palestinian population, as well as an order of professional measures recognizing the plausibility of those accusations and ordering Israel to comply with its obligations under the Genocide Convention, necessarily weigh heavily upon the consideration of the questions before the court in this proceeding. For if nothing else, they demonstrate all too vividly how the illegality of the Israeli occupation over more than 5 decades can degenerate into the ugliest of consequences. A final point I wish to highlight at the outset is that all written statements submitted before this court, not one state has sought to defend the legality of Israel's policies and practices in the occupied Palestinian territory. This is a telling acknowledgement of the international community's unanimous recognition of the illegality which pervades that occupation. Israel itself does not attempt to defend the substance of its policies and practices. As the court will have observed, its 5-page submission does not, no doubt because it cannot, say anything whatsoever about the substantive allegations made against it. Instead, it focuses almost entirely on why the request of the advisory opinion and the questions contained therein are somehow improper. The only logical conclusion that can be drawn from all of this is that Israel's policies and practices in the occupied Palestinian territory are legally indefensible. This brings me to the next part of my statement. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia submits that the court has jurisdiction to issue the opinion, and there are no compelling reason for it not to do so. To the contrary, given the recent increase in bloodshed and destruction by Israel in the occupied Palestinian territory, as well as the dangerous statements made at the highest levels of the Israeli government, we respectively submit that the court is under a duty to issue its opinion. I will now discuss the arguments advanced by some states that the court should not issue the opinion for 2 primary reasons. First, because the opinion might prejudice a negotiation process aimed at resolving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which those states consider to be ongoing. And second, because the questions posed concern a bilateral dispute between Israel and Palestine. Not only are these arguments misguided, but they have been repeatedly rejected by this esteemed court under highly analogous circumstances, including in the World Advisory Opinion. The Kingdom regards the first argument as being based on a blatantly false premise and devoid of any legal foundation. Its lack of legal credibility has been addressed by the League of Arab States in its October 2023 comments. In the interest of time, I would respectfully direct the Court's attention to those comments, which we fully endorse. Simply put, the Court's prior practice should prevail in this instance. The practice gives deference to the General Assembly when requesting guidance from the Court in an issue the Assembly considers irrelevant to its work. As the following demonstrates, the assumption that a serious negotiation process exists is a fiction that offends reality. In the 2004 world proceedings, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia described Israel's modus operandi in the occupied Palestinian territory since 1967 as, quote, deliberately enhancing its position and changing the territorial status quo to its benefits. End of quote. The Court rightly recognized this reality in its advisory opinion, referring to the illegality of Israeli settlement practice in the occupied Palestinian territory. The Court also warned, quote, the construction of the wall and its associated regime create a fait accompli on the ground that could become permanent, in which case it would be tantamount to de facto annexation. End of the quote. This assessment was precedent and tragically but predictably resulted in no change in Israel's illegal conduct. Now here is this seen more clearly than in the number of legal settlers residing in the occupied Palestinian territory, which has grown from roughly 424,000 in 2004 to some 700,000 settlers today. Since 1967, far from engaging in negotiations, Israel has made it virtually impossible to establish a cohesive Palestinian state. It has done so by annexing more than 2 million dunams of land, building more than 279 illegal settlements throughout the West Bank, illegally annexing East Jerusalem and declaring Jerusalem as its undivided capital, confiscating natural resources, demolishing Palestinian homes, and much more. Those actions are well documented in the many UN reports discussed in the Kingdom's written statement, and I will not dwell on them further except to make the self-evident point that the Israelis' actions have clearly aimed at frustrating a negotiated settlement rather than opening the door to such settlement. These policies and practices should be enough to dismantle the illusion that Israel has any intention of engaging in serious efforts towards a negotiated peace. But Israel has also, for good measure, approached actual negotiations with nothing less than impunity and contempt. Mr. President, members of the Court, we see this not as spectators, but as a direct participant in efforts towards negotiating a lasting peace spanning decades. That was the case when more than 20 years ago, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia proposed the Arab Peace Initiatives, which was adopted by the Arab League in 2002 and re-endorsed at the 2007 and 2017 Arab League summits. However, this peace initiative was rejected outright by Israel, with its then Prime Minister describing it as a non-starter because it required Israel to forgo occupied territories in exchange for peace, a policy that has persisted until today. The reality today has become more discouraging. At the senior levels of the Israeli government, calls are openly made to forcibly transfer or ethnically cleanse Palestinians out of their homeland, expand settlements even further, annex further areas of the West Bank, and at all costs to reject the notion of establishing a Palestinian state along the lines of the two-state solutions. And while the brutal and genocidal onslaught of Gaza by the Israeli military since October 2023 has led it to become, in the words of the United Nations Under-Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs, a place of death and despair. It should not be forgotten that Israel's aggression has been accompanied by unyielding statements by its leaders that it will never agree to a sovereign Palestinian state or cede control over the occupied Palestinian territory. Such a statement hurriedly reflects Israel's intention to engage in a genuine peace negotiations. Concluding at this point, I would add that if a serious negotiations aimed at achieving a just resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian dispute in accordance with the international law were to become reality, the court's opinion could not in any case possibly prejudice those discussions, but rather would enlighten them. Mr. President, member of the court, the second argument raised by certain states is that the court should refrain from rendering the requested opinion because it relates to a strictly bilateral matter between Israel and Palestine. This argument has been rejected by the courts in several prior contexts, including the World Advisory Opinion, and should, we believe, be disposed of by the court in the same manner in this case. Not only is the argument legally unfounded, but the fact that the questions posed to the court are of a multilateral nature is self-evident. As explained in the Kingdom's written statement, the legal questions are located in a broader context, involve erga omnes obligations and jus cogens norms, and ask about the consequences of Israel's policies and practices in all states as well as the United Nations. To conclude on the question of the court jurisdiction, I have with one thought that the Kingdom also voiced in the context of the World Advisory Opinion. If this court, the principal judicial organ of the United Nations, should not consider the critical questions put before it, then we cannot but conclude that the system to maintain international peace and security set up following the atrocities of the Second World War has not stood the test of time. Mr. President, members of the court, I will now address the first questions before the court, which concerns the legal consequences arising from Israel's prolonged occupation and illegal policies and practices in the occupied Palestinian territory. To answer the questions, the court has a plethora of evidence available. This includes the evidence furnished by the United Nations, its organs, UN human rights mandate holders, and the specialized agencies, the special rapporteurs, and the independent commission, all available in the dossier before this court or referred to in the Kingdom's written statement. We submit that the catastrophic consequences of Israel's policies and practices on the ground, as well as their sheer illegality, are undeniable. The international community has seen stark evidence of these consequences during the current war in Gaza. The ongoing situation is so appalling that last December, the UN General Assembly overwhelmingly passed a resolution demanding an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. While the court has recognized the possibility that Israel's conduct amounts to a genocide and order it to comply with a series of professional measures. However, as we speak, Israel continues to defy the international community's call for a ceasefire and to willfully ignore the professional measures ordered by the court. More generally, Israel has, over the decades of its occupation, resisted egregious violations of its most fundamental international obligations, as explained in our written statement. Israel in continuous breach of several just cognitive norms, notwithstanding multiple Security Council and General Assembly resolutions condemning its conduct and this court's finding in the World Advisory Opinion. These violations include Israel taking continuous measures to prevent the Palestinian people from exercising their right of self-defense through various policies and practices, including, among others, the illegal settlement practice in the occupied Palestinian territory, the expulsion of Palestinians from their homes, and theft of Palestinians' property, the denial of sovereignty over their natural resources, and the breach of their civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights. Moreover, Israel has continued implementing its infamous settlement practice in the occupied Palestinian territory, despite the repeated condemnation of this practice by the Security Council and this court's determination of their illegality in the World Advisory Opinion. Yet, Israel makes no secret of its intention to maintain and expand settlements, as well as its possession of all or part of the occupied Palestinian territory, in violation of the Fourth Geneva Convention and the prohibition and the acquisition of territory by the use of force. Israel's 2018 Basic Law also shows Israel's disdain for the Palestinian people's right to self-determination by declaring the holy city of Jerusalem complete and united as Israel's capital, stipulating that, quote, the exercise of the right to national self-determination in the state of Israel is unique to the Jewish people, end of the quote. It's also incompatible with the Palestinian people's right to self-determination in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. The international community has spoken on these issues on many occasions through the United Nations principal bodies, demanding that Israel completely ceases all settlement activities, revoke its annexation of East Jerusalem, and comply with its international obligations in other respects. The list of resolutions is long. We have addressed many of them in our written statements. Israel continues to ignore them. But Israel's breaches of international law don't end there. There can be no serious debate that Israel's policies and practices also amount to the racial discrimination and are tantamount to apartheid in the grave violations of the Palestinian people's human rights. Israel's seizure of land and resources for Israeli settlers and discriminatory application of laws, regulations to the detriment of the Palestinian people are merely examples of this egregious conduct. Israel violates the human rights of the Palestinian people in multiple other ways and in breach of its conventional obligations, including the rights of women and the children. Mr. President, members of the court, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia wishes to emphasize that the international law obligations, particularly those embodied in the preemptory norms of general international law, are not abstract rules and are not intended to be. Their violations entail particular legal consequences, but also has real and tangible consequences. The latter include, most prominently, the denial to human beings of the right to life and dignity, and more widely, the creation of threats to peace and stability with unpredictable consequences, The multiple and grave violations by Israel of its international obligations in the occupied Palestinian territory is therefore of undeniable concern, not only to those directly affected, but also to the international community as a whole. I will now move on the second question before the court regarding the manner by which Israel's conduct affects the legal status of its occupation. The Kingdom respectively submits that the only conclusion which may be reached from the multiple and grave breaches of international law emanating from its occupation is that Israel's occupation itself is illegal and must be brought to an unconditional end. Any other conclusion would be anomalous and inconsistent with the clearly illegal origin and conduct of the occupation, including the violations of just cause norms that Israel has and continues to engage in through its occupation. To be clear, Israel's occupation was, from its commencement in 1967, an illegal use of force and continues to be so. The Kingdom noted this in its submission in the World Advisory Opinion. The illegal nature of the 56-year occupation has only been aggravated by Israel's numerous other international violations, including just cause norms. Given the illegality surrounding every aspect of Israel's occupation, that occupation is simply indefensible as a matter of international law. For those reasons, we respectively ask the court to expressly declare that Israel's occupation of the Palestinian territories is illegal. The court is also asked to address the legal consequences of Israel's breaches. I will address these briefly. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and numerous other states have laid out in the written statement the legal obligations which flow from Israel's breaches. Pursuant to Article 30 of the Articles on State Responsibility, and as explained by this court in the World Advisory Opinion, Israel must cease its wrongful conduct, resume compliance with its obligations, and offer appropriate assurances and guarantees of non-repetition. Article 31 and 36 also require that Israel makes full reparation for the damage caused over the decades of its illegal occupation. As for all other states, Israel breaches of just cause norms entails that the international community has an obligation not to recognize that illegal conduct. All states must also cooperate to bring Israel's violation of international law to an end and make sure that they don't render aid or assistance in furtherance of Israel's breaches. The consequences for the United Nations are clear. All UN organs must, within their competences, take steps to bring Israel's violations to an end, and they must also refrain from recognizing these violations or giving aid or assistance to maintain the illegal situation. Finally, they must also require the unconditional and immediate end to the occupation itself. Mr. President, members of the court, thank you for your attention. This concludes the statement of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Its presentation, I invite, before I invite the next delegation to make its oral statement, the court will observe a coffee break for 10 minutes. The sitting is suspended.
So the UN highest court taking a quick break as they continue their hearings today into Israeli policies. This happening this morning in The Hague, Netherlands. The time now 8:13 on the East Coast. We're going to take our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. The time now 8:15 on the East Coast, and we have a new live event coming through our studio. This one taking us out to Brussels. According to our content partners, we're being told this is a news conference with several officials at the EU-Georgia Association Council. Several topics being discussed, ranging from trade to defense. Let's listen in.
Progressing to this point has been challenging, yet each step forward has been earned through hard work. We remain committed to the journey without seeking shortcuts. The Association Council today provided us with a good opportunity to discuss the progress made by Georgia in the EU accession process. I believe Georgia has demonstrated the strongest will to uphold its commitments, and we are determined to continue on the same track. With this very conviction, we have developed and commenced the implementation of an action plan to address the main steps outlined in the European Commission communication of November 2023 without awaiting the final decision of the European Council. Today, I reaffirm the government's resolve to maintain close coordination with our colleagues in the European Commission and other services on all key points of our common agenda to advance towards the next phases. Our immediate goal is to achieve the opening of the accession talks. During the Council, we discussed Georgia's economic performance and prospects of integration into the EU's single market based on the implementation of the deep and comprehensive free trade agreement. By undertaking key reforms and measures, Georgia recorded a remarkable recovery after the pandemic, achieving double-digit economic growth for 2 consecutive years in 2021 and 2022. This upward trend continued in 2023, returning us to the pre-pandemic trajectory. We remain committed to continuing successful reforms that will bolster our economy's resilience and accelerate growth, which is essentially important for Georgia's EU integration. In this regard, we welcome ongoing work to draft in close cooperation with the Commission a priority action plan, which will lead us towards reaping the full benefits of economic integration with the European Union. Georgia remains a reliable ally and partner to the European Union in a region marked by significant challenges. We aim to contribute to regional peace, stability, democratic progress and collaboration. We will continue working closely with our partners in the EU and this process. We discuss major economic and connectivity projects that stand to bring tangible benefits to the region and also Europe. Further to this, we welcome close cooperation with the Commission on Georgia's membership in the Union's civil protection mechanism. We also discussed the importance of the peaceful resolution of the Russia-Georgia conflict and the implications of ongoing occupation. In this light, I want to reiterate our gratitude for the EU's unwavering support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Georgia within its internationally recognized borders, as well as the EU's valuable contribution to the peaceful conflict resolution process through its specific instruments. The EU's meaningful presence in Georgia serves as a strong guarantee for peace on the ground. I'm confident that peace will enable us to bring greater stability and progress to Georgia and the region, facilitating the achievement of our collective goals for the prosperity of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Now, Mr. Commissioner.
First of all, I want to welcome the Prime Minister here.
Bienvenue, Monsieur le Premier ministre, Monsieur Kobakidze. C'est la première fois, en effet, que nous avons l'occasion de nous rencontrer ici à Bruxelles. Et je suis certain qu'après nos échanges d'aujourd'hui,
not only that, but I think we have picked up work immediately at high speed. First of all, I think that the candidate status granted to Georgia only 2 months ago shows already its benefits, and it already pays dividends, not only for Georgia and the people of Georgia, but also for the European Union. And this is why I think that if there is one conclusion to be drawn out of today's discussion, is that we have agreed to speed up our work, be it the progress on the EU path and the 9 steps that still needs to be done, be it the implementation of the Economic and Investment Plan, be it
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, we are live in Brussels as a news conference is underway at the EU-Georgia Association Council. The time now 8:20 on the East Coast, and we're going to transition to another top story we're following here on Live Now from Fox, taking us out to Texas. Fort Worth police need your help this morning to find a man who stole money from a Girl Scout last week. It happened at a Walmart supercenter. Fox 4's Ticia Muzinga live outside Fort Worth PD with a look at the surveillance video. Ticia, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. So the young man was seen stealing more than $400 from the Girl Scout who spent all day selling cookies. Now, police say the incident happened February 11th at the Walmart Supercenter near White. Is in a gray hoodie. As he leaves the store, he walks by the cookie stand, swiping the money bag from a cart behind the table. He immediately takes off, leaving the Girl Scout and her mother in complete shock.
But we're talking about a little girl here, a little girl that was trying to sell Girl Scout cookies. But it also just goes to show that if there's a crime of opportunity presents itself, then a crime may occur.
$450, that's the amount that was stolen from the Girl Scout, and the young man has still not been caught yet. Fort Worth police released a close-up photo of his face as well, so if anyone recognized him, they are urged to call police as soon as possible. Back to you.
Ticia Muzinga there with Fox 4 Dallas. We appreciate you joining us. And Ticia, I want to say this is Girl Scout season. I know I recently put in an order myself. Is this an isolated incident in the area? I'm sure people are going to be standing outside of Walmart supercenters and other areas and want to know if they need to be on alert.
Yeah, so as far as what we know, this is definitely an isolated incident. We do have seen and gotten a reaction from other Girl Scouts and their family as they were selling across North Texas as well. They are devastated to hear that this happened to a young girl. We did speak to a third grader and her grandmother. They were emotional when they saw this video come out, but Fort Worth police, they are asking other people out there to just stay vigilant, especially if you have money in front and out in the open. It's easy. If you look at the video, it's easy for anyone to just take it and swipe it and go. So again, isolated incident, but they're asking everyone, especially during this season, to just be vigilant.
Absolutely. I can only imagine one of the many events that Girl Scouts look forward to every year. Ticia Muzinga with Fox 4 Dallas. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. You enjoy the rest of your day.
All right. Thank you.
The time now 8:23 on the East Coast. We're going to go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, a new live event coming through our studios, and this one takes us out to London. Statements are being given outside the London court while WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange challenges extradition to the U.S. Let's listen in.
The Assange defense campaign in the United States of America. Please give it up for Vince Stefano. Brothers and sisters, I am the National Organizing Director of Assange Defense in the United States, and I come to you today in shame for my country, which is persecuting a man whose only crime is sharing the truth of the war crimes, misdemeanors, and calumny of the United States government. He sits just 12 miles from here in Belmarsh Prison, but he is vastly closer to the American Gulag 4,500 miles from here in Guantanamo Bay, created by my country to sidestep the principles that we hold dear, that we loudly proclaim to the rest of the world. The presumption of innocence, the equality before the law, a prohibition on torture and inhumane treatment, all of which have been denied to Julian Assange. Now, I wish to address another individual who stands in the dock with Julian, who too will be prosecuted, who too will be denied justice. Who is that other unindicted co-conspirator? It is you. It is the people. It is your right to know that stands on trial in that courtroom. We cannot wait for the perverted British Jewish system or the perverted American government to provide us justice. Justice will only come when the voices of the people here and around the world are so loud that they can't ignore us any longer. Free Assange! Free Assange now! We will be here today. We will be here tomorrow. We will be here as long as the struggle continues until Julian Assange is free and reunited with his family. And should he choose to do so after his long ordeal, once again, inform, educate, and tell us what our governments wish to hide from us. Thank you all very much. Now, as I said before, there is barely a human rights or civil liberties organisation on the globe which is not saying that this extradition should be stopped. Every single one of them realises the peril to freedom of speech and a free press because of the way that this is now being conducted. And I'm very glad now to welcome to the platform Alexis de Sueve from the International Federation of Human Rights.
Thank you. Hello to all of you. I'm Alexis de Suave, lawyer at the Brussels Bar and Vice President of the FIDH, the International Federation for Human Rights. The FIDH, it's 188 human rights organizations around the world, and we came to London today and tomorrow to support Julian Assange. Why? Because the case of Julian Assange is a human rights case. It's about our civil liberties, about our fundamental freedoms. It's, of course, press freedom, but more generally, freedom of expression. And without freedom of expression, we have no democracy anymore. And that's why we are all here today in front of the Royal Court of Justice to support Julian Assange. All the journalists in the world, and a lot of them are here today, but a lot are absent. I really don't understand why they're not supporting more their colleague, Julian Assange. This morning, I had a live interview on the radio, and the third question of the journalist, it was a Belgian journalist, was, yes, but Julian Assange has put the life of Americans in danger, and Julian Assange, blah, 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 blah. And I answer them why this question comes from you, because that is what the United States are defending in court. Why are you, as journalists, repeating the arguments of the CIA? That should not be your job.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, we're live in London, UK, as supporters of Julian Assange have gathered outside a London court while the WikiLeaks founder, Julian Assange, challenges extradition to the United States. We're going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break and then transition to other top stories we're following right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. The time now 8:32 on the East Coast, and we're going to transition right now to talk about the very latest of the Israel-Hamas war, giving you a live look out in Gaza. And you can see those missile strikes still continuing at this hour. We know that the daily Israeli government briefing now underway. Let's check in now. All right, it seems like we're having some audio issues. So while we get an engineer to fix that, I'm going to take you back out to London as we see those supporters of Julian Assange are back outside of that London court as the WikiLeaks founder is challenging his extradition to the U.S.
The outcome of this hearing today will make it clear the extent of the cover-up. The only fair, I shouldn't even talk about fairness at this stage, because the country that's trying to extradite him plotted to murder him. What are we even entertaining in these courts? How can any How can you even entertain this hearing, knowing what we know? It's all on the public record. And yet it continues.
Shame on London.
It's only a handful of us in that room, but you know what the stakes are. You understand what this is about. It's about you, it's about us, it's about the public's right to know. It's about the right to be able to speak freely without being put in prison and hounded and terrorized by the state. Thank you.
Thank you all for staying. Thank you all for listening. Please do stay this afternoon. Please do come back and hear what will be happening in the courts. We'll be reporting back from this stage about 4:30 this afternoon. Please do stay around. Do continue to protest. Please come back tomorrow and be ready when the court hearing finally ends tomorrow afternoon to march from here to Downing Street. We are the last line of defence for Julian Assange. We are the last line of defence in the most important free speech trial this century. And remember what it was that the New York Times said back at the time of the Iraq War, that there are two superpowers in the world. One is the United States, and the other is world public opinion. We are today the representatives of that opinion on the streets of London. Please make sure you stay and fight and march tomorrow. Thank you very much.
All right, so supporters of Julian Assange gathering outside that London court holding a rally, and as you can see, they just wrapped up their comments live, raw and unfiltered, happening out in London, UK. Switching gears now to another story we've been following all morning, we see that the ICJ has entered those chambers again. They are holding several hearings into the legality of Israeli policies in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem, plunging the 15 international judges back into the heart of this decades-long conflict. The United Nations highest court continuing with those hearings now at 8:38 on the East Coast. Let's continue to listen in.
If not now. Over the past 136 days, the world has watched in horror daily the relentless attacks on Gaza, the ferocity and violence of Israel's latest military campaign against Gaza, and its flouting of international law, including an order of this court, which was handed down on 26 January 2024, is the clearest indication that Israel considers itself unrestrained in its actions against Palestinians. Its actions recur with even more depravity and bloodshed, being of such a serious nature as to lead this court to find them plausibly genocidal. I remind the court that it is in our recent submissions before it, in the hearings for the indication of provisional measures in the application of the Convention and Prevention of and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in the Gaza Strip in South Africa versus Israel, South Africa underscored how Israel's ongoing acts and omissions in Gaza form part of a continuum of illegal acts perpetrated by it against Palestinian people since the 1948 Nakba, and since then the 1967 occupation. The legality of that occupation is now the subject of this matter before the court. Mr. President, the Palestinian cause is one which resonates strongly with the people of South Africa. That is because the Palestinian struggle invokes mournful memories of our own struggle against apartheid, segregation and oppression. Ours is an experience aptly referred to by the United Nations Security Council in 1980 as a crime against the conscience and dignity of mankind, and as being incompatible with the rights and dignity of man. It is not without a measure of irony that one notes that this painful experience of our past has enabled South Africa to make a significant contribution to the development of international law on apartheid. From this experience, a universal legal prohibition of its practice emerged in the form of a peremptory norm and an international crime. The norm against apartheid has become one of the most cited norms of jus cogens. We as South Africans sense, see, hear and feel to our core the inhumane discriminatory policies and practices of the Israeli regime as an even more extreme form of the apartheid that was institutionalized against black people in my country, coincidentally from the year 1948, and which lasted until 1994. The late South African cleric, the Most Reverend Archbishop Desmond Tutu, wrote the following, open quote: "Many black South Africans have traveled to the occupied West Bank and have been appalled by Israeli roads built for Jewish settlers that West Bank Palestinians are denied access to, and by Jewish-only colonies built on Palestinian land in violation of international law. Black South Africans and others around the world have seen the 2010 Human Rights Watch report, which describes the two-tier system of laws, rules and services that Israel operates for the two populations in areas in the West Bank under its exclusive control, which provide preferential services, development and benefits for Jewish settlers while imposing harsh conditions on Palestinians. This, in my book, is apartheid. It is untenable," end quote. That was the position already 14 years ago, since 2010. Since then, the situation of the occupied Palestinian population has worsened exponentially, with the reality of apartheid becoming so obviously explicit as to now being recognized not only by South African and Palestinian victims of apartheid themselves, but by the broader international community, including both Israeli and international human rights organizations. Moreover, it is clear that Israel's illegal occupation is also being administered in breach of the prohibition of the crime of apartheid. It is indistinguishable from settler colonialism, which has no place in the 21st century. Israeli apartheid must end. Palestine, the last unfulfilled sacred trust of civilization, for whom the international community bears responsibility, must now be fulfilled. The Palestinian people must be permitted to exercise their inalienable right to self-determination. Mr. President, South Africa bears a special obligation both to its own people and the international community to ensure that wherever the egregious and offensive practices of apartheid occur, these must be called out for what they are and brought to an immediate end, and that the perpetrators of such egregious breaches of peremptory norms of international law be held accountable. In the construction of wall case, this court held that the construction of the wall being built by Israel, the occupying power, in the occupied Palestinian territory, including in and around East Jerusalem, and its associated regime, are contrary to international law, and that Israel is under an obligation to dismantle forthwith the structure therein situated, and to repeal or render ineffective forthwith all legislative and regulatory acts relating thereto. Despite that 19-year-old finding by the court, Today, Palestinians in the West Bank, including many in East Jerusalem, continue to be contained behind a segregating wall. They continue to be subjected to discriminatory land zoning and planning policies, punitive and administrative house demolitions, and violent Israeli army incursions into their villages, towns and cities, and refugee camps, including Area A, which is supposed to be under full Palestinian control. Palestinians continue to be subjected to routine violent Israeli raids on their homes, with thousands of adults and children being subjected to unlawful arbitrary arrests by Israeli soldiers in the dead of night, and indefinitely renewable internment without trial, known as euphemistically as administrative detention, and a dual legal system pursuant to which Palestinians, including Palestinian children, are tried under military legislation by military judges, often themselves illegal settlers, in Israeli military courts, without basic protection of international humanitarian and human rights law, while Israeli settlers living illegally in the same territory are subject to an entirely different legal regime and tried in Israeli civilian courts with full access to due process. Separately, Palestinians in Gaza have lived in a sealed-off enclave, fragmented and segregated from the West Bank, and subjected by Israel to regression, sustained closure, and seized. Palestinian refugees and exiles in the diaspora are systematically denied their right to return to their homes. Apartheid Israel discriminates against and fragments all Palestinian people to ensure the maintenance of Israeli Jewish domination. South Africa beseeches this court to examine the institutionalized regime of discriminatory laws, policies and practices applied by Israel along the definition of the crime of apartheid, and to find that Israel subjects Palestinians to what constitutes an apartheid regime. The clear legal characterization of the nature of Israel's regime over the Palestinian people can only assist in remedying the ongoing delay in achieving a just settlement, a delay which perpetually conflagrates the cycle of violence. As I speak, and for each of the past 136 days, the world is witnessing in Gaza an assault that is unprecedented in speed and severity, violating the most basic precepts of the right to life and the survival of a population. The international community's unwillingness to hold Israel accountable for its policies and practices, and its failure to ensure the immediate, unconditional and total withdrawal of Israeli troops and an immediate end to Israel occupation and apartheid in Palestine, including Gaza, the West Bank and East Jerusalem, emboldens Israel to cross a further threshold, namely to commit the crime of crimes, genocide. Mr. President, distinguished members of the court, it is now my honor to request you to invite Advocate Andrew Stemmet to the bar to submit South Africa's further observations on the questions referred to the court by the UN General Assembly. Thank you.
If you're just now tuning in, we're live in The Hague, Netherlands, as the UN Highest Court continues hearings into Israeli policies. They're switching out speakers right now with South Africa. We're going to go to our final 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Continuing with top stories and headlines of the day, we're going to head back out to The Hague, Netherlands, as we continue the conversation. The United Nations highest court continuing the hearings into the legality of Israeli policies in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem. Let's continue to listen in now.
Over their natural resources. Self-determination accrues to a people, and in its most recent order of 26 January 2024, in the matter of application of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in the Gaza Strip, South Africa versus Israel, the court confirmed that the Palestinians constitute, and I quote, a distinct national, ethnical, racial, or religious group, end quote. Israel has occupied the Palestinian territory in the West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem since the 1967 Arab-Israeli War, and annexed East Jerusalem and parts of the West Bank in that same year. It is not disputed that the acquisition of territory by the threat or use of force is illegal, irrespective of whether the territory was acquired through a war of self-defense or of an act of aggression. The occupying power cannot annex any part of the occupied territory, and there is an obligation on states not to recognize such an illegal territorial acquisition. Moreover, that an occupation must also be temporary in nature was confirmed by the court in the Namibia Southwest Africa case, where it held that the end of South Africa's mandate must be self-determination and independence of the people of Namibia. A 56-year occupation is not temporary. Annexation, per definition, cannot be temporary. These principles also apply to Palestine. The Security Council has already in 1967, in Resolution 242, expressly emphasized the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by war and called for the withdrawal of Israeli armed forces. Furthermore, in the construction of a wall case, this court unequivocally held that the ongoing construction of Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territory is in breach of international law. However, it is clear that Israel has turned the temporary nature of the occupation into a permanent situation, in violation of the Palestinian right to self-determination. It has done this through its illegal settlement enterprise, which now consists of an estimated 700,000 settlers, an increase of 235% since the Oslo Peace Accords, and of 165% since the war opinion. That is notwithstanding that in the wall case, this court unequivocally held that the ongoing construction of Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territory is in breach of international law. In that case, the court found that Israel has taken measures that, and I quote, severely impeded the exercise by the Palestinian people of their right to self-determination, unquote, in breach of that fundamental right. The very disruption of Palestinian territorial integrity resulting from those settlements, as well as Israel's formal and de facto annexation of parts of the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, constitute further violations of that fundamental right. General Assembly Resolution 1514 of 1960 declares in paragraph 6 as follows, and I quote, any attempt aimed at the partial or total disruption of the national unity and territorial integrity of a country is incompatible with the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations, unquote. The court, in its advisory opinion on legal consequences of the separation of the Chagos archipelago from Mauritius in 1965, held that the Resolution 1514 has the status of customary international law, and hence is binding on all states, including Israel. Mr. President, members of the court, turning now to the nature of the Israeli administration of the occupied Palestinian territory, it is straight law that Israel, as the occupying power, is bound by both international humanitarian law and international human rights law in its administration of the occupied Palestinian territory. The basic objective of international humanitarian law applicable to occupation is the protection of the population under occupation, including their safety and security, and their public and private property. As the record of the past half century makes clear, Israel, as the occupying power, is not acting in the best interests of the population under occupation and is not administering the occupied territory in good faith, breaching multiple jus cogens norms of international law, including the prohibitions on annexation, self-determination, apartheid and genocide, on which I have focused. In terms of international humanitarian law, the continuing construction and expansion of Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territory are in clear violation of Article 49 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, to which Israel is a party and which the court has found in the Wall case to be binding upon Israel. In terms of international human rights law, this court confirmed in the Wall case that the protection offered by human rights conventions does not cease in the cases of armed conflict, except under specific and very defined derogation principles. While it's also established law that the human rights law obligations of a state also apply in situations over which such state has control. Mr. President, members of the court, Ambassador Manoncela has dealt in some detail with the practices of apartheid perpetrated by Israel against the Palestinian people, including as the occupying power in the occupied Palestinian territory. But at this juncture, it's also appropriate to recall that the court held in the Namibia-South West Africa case that to establish and enforce distinctions, exclusions, restrictions and limitations exclusively based on the grounds of race, color, descent or national or ethnic origin constitute a denial of fundamental rights and is a flagrant violation of the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter. The extent of human rights violations and discriminatory laws and practices by Israel with respect to the Palestinian population is well documented in various reports of the treaty-based and charter-based mechanisms of the United Nations and is recalled in the resolutions of the Security Council and the General Assembly. These policies and practices have reached the threshold of apartheid within the meaning ascribed to it in the International Convention on the Suppression and Punishment of the Crime of Apartheid. While Israel is not a party to the Apartheid Convention, the fourth report on peremptory norms of general international law, jus cogens, by the International Law Commission Special Rapporteur, found that the Apartheid Convention codified what was already a crime under customary international law, and that this crime has a jus cogens character. The prohibition of apartheid and racial discrimination is therefore a peremptory norm of international law and binding on all states, including Israel. Mr. President, members of the court, Israel's total disdain and disrespect for these principles result in the occupation being inherently and fundamentally illegal in terms of international law, just as South Africa's prolonged presence in Namibia was found by this court to be illegal. Mr. President, members of the court, further to a finding of illegality, the General Assembly also seeks guidance on the wider consequences of such a finding. We now turn to the legal consequences for Israel, the United Nations and third states. The continued occupation by Israel and the Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, as well as the aforementioned violation of peremptory norms of international law, are breaches of international obligations constituting internationally wrongful acts attributable to Israel and which invoke the law of state responsibility. The law of state responsibility provides that the state responsible for an internationally wrongful act is under an obligation to seize such act and to make reparation in an adequate form, as confirmed by this court's predecessor in the factory at Khorjov case. In the present case, the aforementioned principles of international law require that Israel must bring an immediate, unconditional and complete end to the occupation in all its manifestations. This means that Israel must immediately cease its illegal settlement activities and all measures aimed at altering the character, status and demographic composition of the occupied Palestinian territories and dismantle illegal structures, including the settlements and the wall. Furthermore, it must immediately, unconditionally and totally withdraw its occupation forces from the occupied Palestinian territory. Dismantle the settler colonial apartheid regime against Palestinian people, rescinding all legislative measures adopted with a view to annex Palestinian land and discriminate against the Palestinian people, allowing for the full restitution of Palestinian property and for the right to self-determination of the Palestinian people to be finally.
All right, so you are listening live there as the United Nations highest court is continuing its hearings into the legality of Israeli policies in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem. This has been going on throughout the morning, and we have been bringing it to you live, raw, and unfiltered as it has been getting underway. Do want to take you out to this live image that we do have over Gaza City right now. That is Gaza in the distance as we continue to follow the latest details out of the Middle East. The United Nations Security Council expected to take up a resolution demanding an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. That's expected to happen in just about an hour. However, the U.S. says the Biden administration will veto the Arab-backed resolution. Also want to show you this video right here. Let's pop it up on your screen so you can get a look as videos are circulating all over social media showing an apparent retaliatory Israeli airstrike in Lebanon, striking an alleged Hezbollah weapons depot. Want to talk about all of the latest developments, as there are a lot of them, so let's bring in Joe Truzman, the senior research analyst at the Foundation for Defense of Democracy's Long War Journal. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, I want to start by talking about the strike there over in Lebanon. What do we know about the airstrike itself? What was hit? What information do we have? And what are we still waiting to figure out?
Right. So, yeah, the strike in Lebanon, it struck, was attacked rather by the Israeli military. At least what the Israeli military is saying is that they struck a weapons depot. All right. Or two weapons depot, at least. So this is that belongs to Hezbollah. Now, this is only the IDF's version or side of things, okay? So Hezbollah hasn't come out and said, yes, the IDF struck one of our weapons depots. Actually, right now, what's being reported in Lebanon, that it was one of the sites was a cement factory. But looking at the video, I think it was a little more than just a cement factory, okay? You could see secondary explosions in the video. So it's something was definitely hit there of importance. And it was probably what the IDF is saying. So right now, it's likely to be a Hezbollah weapons depot that the IDF hit. And but the interesting part of this actual strike is that it happened north, a lot further north than what we've been seeing in the last few months. It occurred in the Sidon area, which is not actually near the Lebanon-Israel border, which most of the fighting has been happening in the last 4 months. So that was very interesting. And just to add very quickly is that the IDF said that they struck this weapons depot because Hezbollah launched an explosive-laden drone against northern Israel earlier that day.
And reports are also starting to circulate that Iran warned Hezbollah not to give Israel cause to launch a full-scale war along the Israel-Lebanon border itself. What would be the possible reasoning behind Iran issuing that warning?
Right. So we have to go back the last 4 months, okay? So at least when it comes to the Lebanon-Israel border, what we've seen, at least what I've observed, is that it's been measured fighting, rather that most of it has been confined to the north, to this border area. Now, both sides, the Israeli military and Hezbollah, have the capabilities to strike much further, a wider area, all right? Hezbollah has the capability to launch rockets into southern Israel. And obviously the IDF has the Air Force. They can do the same with Lebanon, but it's been sitting there, most of the fighting at the Lebanon border, because both sides, and of course this is Iran as well, they don't want the war to, the conflict to expand, okay? They don't want it to expand. They don't want to create a full-fledged war here. Because there's many considerations on both sides here. So they're keeping it at a low level. And remember, this is very important to note, is that what Hezbollah and to an extent Iran, what they're trying to do here is that they're trying to save Hamas. All right, that's what they're doing here by tying up the Israeli military in the north. While they say that they're in support of the Palestinian people, that's not really the truth. What's happening is that they're trying to save Hamas by tying up the Israeli military on the Lebanon-Israel border.
And I do want to show a shot right now. This is actually over at the Israel-Gaza border. You're looking at it live right there. Now, Reuters actually spoke with the IAEA chief, who said that Iran continues to, quote, enrich uranium well beyond the needs for commercial nuclear use. Is that concerning for Israel, the U.S., other countries across the world?
Oh, absolutely. Listen, Iran has shown that they're the most prolific state sponsor of terrorism. A nuclear weapon in their hands would be devastating. We've seen in the last 4 months what they've done, right? Their proxies and the clients that they back in the region, whether it's in Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, Iraq. It's very concerning here. So yeah, and also I think it's noteworthy to say as well is that this war can just be a distraction, all right, for the U.S. and for Israel and other allied countries while Iran races to a nuclear weapon. Okay, so this report is very concerning and should not be taken lightly, rather. So yeah, it's I really believe that we have to keep tabs on Iran right now, especially in regards to their potential race to a nuclear weapon.
And we talk a lot about Hamas. We talk about Hezbollah. How do the two compare to each other, the two terror groups there, when you're talking about the number of troops, so to speak, that they have, the weapons? How do they compare to one another?
No, this is a very good question. There is some comparison, but at the end of the day, Hezbollah is a much, much stronger organization. I would go as far as saying that all the Palestinian organizations combined that operate in Gaza or Lebanon or Syria cannot match what Hezbollah has in terms of firepower, in terms of manpower, and other technologies, all right? We have to remember that a lot of what Hezbollah receives as far as weapons, it's transferred by Iran and its allies. Now, Hamas and other Palestinian organizations, they don't, while they do get some of the weapons that they have transferred to them or smuggled to them, a lot of what they've had to do as far as weapons is they had to learn how to do it, how to create it, because they don't have either the technology or they just obviously can't get weapons sent to them like other Iran-backed organizations. So there's both organizations, they do have some similarities. They have drones and they have anti-tank guided missiles and other weapons. But in the end, Hezbollah is much stronger. And that's where I think a lot of the concern is in the region and with the United States and, of course, Israel, that war with Hezbollah and Israel can erupt. And that would be much, much more devastating than what we're seeing in Gaza and in Israel right now.
And I want to talk a little bit more about Hamas right now, because we heard from Israeli defense minister who did say that Hamas overall, the head leadership, is looking to replace Sinwar, who we've talked about a lot, Gaza's leader there, for Hamas. Why might that be the case? Why would they want to possibly replace him?
Right. So you can look at this in a few ways. Okay. There have been reports that Yahya Sinwar, the chief of Hamas in Gaza, has been cut off. Essentially, communication with him has been cut off. That may be true. I mean, there is a war, so it's possible, right? So, but I think also we have to understand that what happened on October 7th is likely Hamas is starting to realize that that was a huge mistake, okay? And now look what's happening. Hamas's leadership, and actually Hamas's rule in Gaza is threatened. Now we're seeing the Israelis closing in on the southern border, on southern Gaza, especially the city of Rafah. So it's, I think there may be some nervousness there, which is a good thing for the Israelis, of course. But so we will see. But right now, as far as Sinwar is concerned, I think he is on the run right now. And obviously the Israelis are looking for him. But it's just not, again, it's just not Sinwar. Of course, there's other members of the leadership in Hamas, like Mohammed Deif, Marwan Issa, Sinwar's brother. So it's not just him, but he is the #1 target right now, of course. So I think in the end, Israel will find Sinwar one way or another, but I think Hamas is starting to get nervous, especially the leadership abroad. They're seeing what's happening in Gaza. They're seeing that Hamas is close to being eliminated, or its rule, or at least its rule in Gaza is coming to an end. So they might be looking for somebody else to try to change the course of the events going on in Gaza.
And we've been talking a lot about this, but the United Nations Security Council expected to vote today on an Arab-backed resolution that demands an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. But we know the U.S. says that it's going to veto it. So my question for you is, why even go ahead with that vote overall? Why would you bring it up and vote on it if the U.S. has already said we are going to veto this?
Right. I think they're trying, even though the U.S. is likely going to veto it, these Arab states that are backing this resolution, they are trying to demonstrate some type of, solidarity, or to show that they are at least trying to implement a ceasefire. Even if it's not going to work, they're trying. But the thing is here, which is important to mention, is that a ceasefire in Gaza right now benefits Hamas. End of story. It benefits Hamas right now, just because, like I said earlier, their rule is being threatened by Israel, and Israel. I don't think Israel has ever been this close to eliminating Hamas and its allies in the Gaza Strip. Okay, so a ceasefire for Hamas is badly needed right now. So I think the U.S. veto is a good thing, but we'll just see how things will play out in the next few weeks and months.
Yeah, a lot of possible developments, and really just a lot of developments that happen. I say it all the time, but on a daily basis. Joe, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us and help break all of it down. Anything else you want to add about any of this? I know it's a very broad topic here, but anything you want to add before I let you go?
Actually, I think we covered all the topics in a good manner here. So again, things like you said, things are changing rapidly, right? So we'll see what happens tomorrow, or we'll see what happens next week. So, but it is a pleasure to be here.
We'll see what happens about 10 minutes from now. All right. Thank you, Joe. We appreciate you being here with us.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, want to take you back out to this live image that we do have showing the Israel-Gaza border. That's actually zoomed in there so you can see Gaza as the war does continue here now in its 5th month. And as we mentioned, in just about an hour, the United Nations is expected to take up a resolution that would demand an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. However, the U.S. Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield says that the Biden administration is going to veto that Arab-backed resolution. The U.S. has also circulated a rival UN resolution that would support a temporary ceasefire linked to the release of all of the hostages and lift restrictions on the delivery of humanitarian aid. Again, we also talked about the videos that have circulated all over social media showing that apparent retaliatory Israeli strike over in Lebanon, striking an alleged Hezbollah weapons depot. The time now is 9:15 over on the East Coast, and it is 6:15 on the West Coast. A lot of news to get to here on this Tuesday morning, February 20th. We're going to head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back with more live, raw, and unfiltered coverage. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to get back into some of the big stories that we have been talking about over the last several days, and the latest on the death of Russian opposition leader and Putin rival Alexei Navalny. Navalny's mother now appealing to Putin to intervene and turn her son's body over to her so she can bury him, she says, with dignity. Russia says Navalny died in prison last week, leading many to question the circumstances. Fox's Alex Hogan joining us live with the latest. And Alex, the whole situation here very bizarre and leaving a lot of questions.
Hi, Josh. That's right. A lot of questions, especially from the family, hoping that they will be able to get their message through, demanding to have the release of the body of 47-year-old Alexei Navalny. It was on Friday last week when the news first broke of his death. He was being held for this decades-long sentence, which were widely viewed as political reasons for his incarceration. He was being held at this very tough, one of the toughest prison camps north of the Arctic Circle. And we're hearing more messages in these days that have followed from the family, especially, as you mentioned, not only from his wife, Yulia, but also now from his mother, who issued this statement just today demanding that Russian President Vladimir Putin hand over the body of her son, saying that she wants to be able to bury him. But at this point, she has still not even been given any specific details about where his body might be. We have heard statements from the Russian prison officials saying that the body will not be released for as long as potentially 2 weeks. Well, that is raising a lot of concern, not only for Navalny's family, but also his team and specialists who are looking at this, saying if there had been any kind of suspicious material in his body, any kind of poison, as we saw, it was back several years ago when he was poisoned for the first time. If this is a potential second poisoning, any traces of that might no longer be within his body. And that is on top, of course, of the pain that the family are holding on to, not being able to mourn, not being able to properly bury him. And we have heard his wife, Yulia, speak out very forcefully through all of that pain in the last several days, calling on his supporters to stand firm with him and to press against Russian President Vladimir Putin. In a statement, she said the following, quote, "Putin killed half of me, half of my heart, half of my soul, but I have another half left, and it is telling me that I have no right to give up." So again, she's urging supporters to oppose President Putin with greater force than ever before. One note to remind our viewers, next month is, about this time next month, is the Russian presidential election. And while Putin is expected to win this 5th term, there is this strong unity among his supporters right now, condemning the actions of what we are seeing play out and calling for more answers. Now, while all of this is happening, Josh, some news today about someone else who is currently behind Russian jail bars, we should say. That is Evan Gershkovich. He's an American journalist who is jailed in Russia. He has been jailed for about 10 months now. He has routinely appealed this arrest and his incarceration, but today, once again, that Moscow court denied his appeal, and we'll have to see where this moves from here. The U.S. ambassador to the Russian Federation, Lynn Tracy, she said the following today: the United States will not rest until Evan and Paul Whelan, we should include, are safely at home with their family and friends, calling all of these charges against Evan and Paul completely baseless. Josh.
And Alex, I do want to talk a little bit more about the Navalny situation, essentially because you have the questionable circumstances, and that's probably putting it lightly, but a lot of people do have questions. Has there been any indication overall that there is a real investigation that will be able to go on? Because, again, we're talking about the Russian government and Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia.
Well, we have heard from the Russian Federation that there is this pending investigation. Obviously, that is being met with a tremendous amount of skepticism, to say the least, as to what exactly will dive into that investigation. The family and the team, the international community is simply waiting for his body to be released for an independent investigation to be able to be carried out. At the same time, we've seen a large amount of support from his supporters and allies around the world. In Russia, we've seen people go to lay flowers, and there have been hundreds of arrests of people who are trying to go out and support him. It was just a couple days ago that we heard a formal statement issued in Moscow calling on people not to gather, that this would be a sign of defiance. So to see more people still hearing those words, going out to lay down flowers, show their respects, that is giving more fuel to the opposition. And around the world, too, we're still hearing condemnation from international leaders, notably here back home in the United States, that the president is calling on more to be done, whether that is more sanctions, calling on more action on Capitol Hill. We'll have to see if those words and those demands actually turn into action, whether or not we will see more sanctions in the days, weeks, and months moving forward. But this is fueling some of the opposition. He had led a movement for years. It was about 10 years ago when he really came into the attention internationally of how he was trying to speak out against corruption. He was running for political offices, specifically speaking against Russian President Vladimir Putin. So that message, despite the fact that we have heard this breaking news over the weekend that he has died in this penal colony, that has not taken his message with him. Josh.
All right, Alex Hogan there with Fox News. As always, great information. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Josh.
All right, everybody, the time now 9:24 over on the East Coast and 6:24 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and, as you see, across the world. A lot to get to here, so let's head to a quick 2-minute break. We'll have more live, raw, and unfiltered coverage on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to remind you that coming up a bit later on today, a hearing could determine whether a former gang leader charged with killing hip-hop icon Tupac can be released on bail to house arrest ahead of his June trial. Dwayne Keefe D. Davis was charged last year in connection with Tupac's 1996 murder in Vegas. Davis is now 60 and originally from Compton, California. He's the only person still alive who police say was in the car from which shots were fired in the September 1996 shooting that killed Tupac and wounded rap mogul Suge Knight. Now, we do expect that hearing to begin at 12 p.m. Eastern time. It was initially supposed to be a little bit later on in the day, but it looks like it has been moved earlier. So we will make sure to bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Stick with us for that coverage. coverage. Also happening a bit later on today, you are taking a live look at the White House here as we get to some more details on the race for the White House. The South Carolina primary less than a week away, and today, Nikki Haley expected to speak. While the exact topic of the speech has not been revealed, it is billed as remarks on the state of the presidential race. This comes as the attacks between Haley and former President Trump do continue. Fox's Connor Hansen has more from New York on that story.
Former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley faces an uphill battle against former President Donald Trump. A recent poll of South Carolina voters has Trump leading with 64% to Haley's 31%. Haley is hoping voters in her home state will help her turn things around.
I feel that she was an awesome governor and she would make an awesome president.
She's playing on what she sees as Trump's weaknesses, like recent losses in the courtroom.
Then he lost one court case, then he lost another court case. And through all of that, all he did was rant about how he was a victim.
Haley also trying to portray Trump as being soft on Putin, following the death of opposition leader Alexei Navalny and strategic advances into Ukraine by Russian forces.
Trump is siding with a thug. He sided with a dictator who kills his political opponents. He sided with a tyrant who's made no bones about wanting to destroy America.
Trump firing back, calling recent judgments against him politically motivated, and claiming Haley wants to make changes to Social Security.
I will always defend Medicare and Social Security. She wants to extend the minimum age of Social Security by 10 years.
Early voting for the South Carolina primary started last week. State election officials say so far twice as many people have voted early in this primary than the Democratic one earlier this month. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thank you so much. And as of now, that speech is scheduled to begin at noon Eastern time. As you can see, a lot of different events that are going on at that time. Either way, we'll make sure to bring all of those to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute break, but much more coverage coming up in just 2 short minutes. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 9:32 on the East Coast and 6:32 on the West Coast. The Israel Defense Forces releasing video footage obtained from October 7th showing the abduction of the youngest hostage, Kafir Bibas, and several of his family members. Kafir was just 9 months old at the time, and the video shows him covered in a sheet as kidnappers take him away. Ifat Zeiler has joined the show several times over the past several months. She is the family's cousin and is joining us now live to talk more about the family and that disturbing footage. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us again to help talk a little bit more about the situation.
Thank you for having me.
First, before we talk more about the video itself, for those who have not been following this very closely here, can you tell me about Kafir and the Bibas family?
Well, Shiri Bibas, Kafir's mother, is my cousin, my youngest cousin. She's 32. Her and her family used to live in Kibbutz Niroz, which is a community in the south of Israel. She and both of her children, Kfir and Ariel, and her husband Yarden, were all abducted from their home, kidnapped by terrorists on October 7 by Hamas into Gaza. It's now been more than 4 months since that day. On that day, my aunt and uncle, Shiri's parents, were brutally murdered. They were burnt alive. And ever since then, I've been doing everything I can to help bring my family back.
When you see this video being released, what do you see in that video, and what were you thinking when the IDF did release it publicly?
It's really hard watching that video and going back to that day. I have my cousin in my heart and in my mind all the time, and I try to think what's going on with her and how she's feeling and what's happening and how's their health and if they're well all the time. And watching this video from that day, seeing her barefoot in her pajamas, carrying her two beautiful redhead boys, surrounded by men, probably, thinking what's going on, terrified, mostly alone, the fear. And, I know the IDF did approach us and ask our permission as family to release the video. And we do think it's important so that, our story will keep on, that people won't forget us. I know it's been a lot during this past 4 months, and the war took its toll on both sides. But I want to remind people that children are children also on the Israeli side. And a 9-month-old baby then, he's 13 months now. We had to mention his birthday, his first birthday without him. His 4-year-old brother, their mother and their father, entire family, is basically, we know nothing. We haven't received any sign of life. We know they didn't receive the medicine that went through with the Red Cross in the French initiative to transfer the medicine. We know now they never received any medicine. Kfir is still being fed by formula. He used to. By now he should have, I don't know about their well-being, and if they're alive, I'm very afraid. I'm watching the videos now that go on screen, and it's really hard because I miss them terribly. They had nothing to do with this. They had done no crime, and they were taken from their home unarmed. It's really, every time I tell the story, it strikes me as well, that this is what we're going through. And I don't know when will this end.
The video itself, does it provide any sort of clarity for the family as to what happened on October 7th? I know that the information, when you and I have talked in the past, The information seemed fairly clear as to what happened, but does that video show any sort of clarity?
From what we were told, it shows that a different terror organization, it's basically operating under the Hamas, basically took them on that day. It seems like it was planned because people were waiting there with the equipment. It shows in a different clip that you don't show here, but they were waiting for them at the entrance, knowing exactly that they're going to come back with hostages from, you know, but not a lot, considering the fact that these videos are from 4 months ago. It doesn't say a lot about their situation now and how it can progress the investigation on their whereabouts now.
Do you and the rest of the family, and I know this is a hard question to answer, and I know you've been asked many times, but do you and the family believe that enough is being done to get the remaining hostages released back to their families?
I understand the question and why it's being asked. If enough is being done, I don't know, because at the end of the day, my cousin is not here with me. It's complicated. I know there are a lot of good people in the intelligence and in your country, in your government, and in Qatar and in Egypt and in Europe. They are doing the best to end this on all sides and try to reach negotiation and release the hostages and bring them back as soon as possible, realizing that kidnapping innocent civilians is a crime against humanity. But still, we are dealing with a terror organization. And even saying, negotiating the lives of my family and knowing that there's a price on their head, you know, that considering releasing prisoners, people who committed crimes, people who murdered, some terrorists who took part in the massacre of the 7th of October. They're all in the list of the names by Hamas. So I understand the complexities. I really try not to, and I plead that from everyone's asking me this question, not to let the extreme voices or the radical voices that's making too much noise get the headlines. There are a lot of people on all sides working very hard to end the situation, but there is a problem. There is a problem with negotiating with a terror organization. It must be said. And I truly believe, and I hope that this will end soon, the war and my situation as well, my personal situation.
My last question here before I let you go. What message do you want to get across to people who are watching here at home or wherever they're watching? What message do you want to make sure they receive here?
I want them to know that you don't have to like me. You don't have to support Israel. But if you believe in humanity, and if you are a parent, please don't differ one child from another. I don't do that. And I have a right to be angry or feel revenge. And I'm not saying kill everyone's responsible, or we're not. The majority of us, please believe that, are not supporting any genocide. We just want our families back. And it's important. And even if you really do support and want the best, not for me, it's okay. I know, I hear the news, I see what people are saying, although it's hard. But if you do want a future, a better future in the Middle East, raise your voices against Hamas. I'll do whatever it takes to make sure that Israel will change as well. But we need the international community to understand there cannot be only one side solution. Something needs to change on the other side for Israelis and for Palestinians as well.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Of course. Ifat Zeiler, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and to share your story, your family's story. Our thoughts, our prayers are with you and your family right now, and we're hoping that there is a good outcome here. Thank you again for taking the time to be here with us.
Thank you very much.
All right, everybody, the time right now is 9:42 over on the East Coast, and it is 6:42 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I do want to remind you that coming up here in just about 20 minutes or so, the United Nations is expected to talk a little bit more about the war. The Security Council expected to take up a resolution demanding an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. However, the U.S. Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield saying the Biden administration will veto that Arab-backed resolution. The U.S. also circulating a rival UN resolution that would support a temporary truce linked to the release of all of the hostages and lift restrictions on the delivery there of humanitarian aid. We will bring you that hearing as it does get underway at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, live, raw, and unfiltered, right here on Live Now from Fox. I want to head to our final 2-minute commercial break, but much more news coming up on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Well, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Once again, taking a live look here from one of our many cameras across the Middle East. That is the Israel-Gaza border. I do want to remind you that coming up in about 15 minutes now, the UN Security Council will take up a resolution demanding an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. However, the U.S. does say they plan to veto that resolution. Again, we will play that hearing for you as it does get underway in just about 15 minutes. Now, that and other topics were discussed a short time ago in Tel Aviv by Israeli government spokesperson Eylon Levy as he delivered the daily briefing. I do want to play that for you here, raw and unfiltered, on Live Now from Fox.
Pardon me, I didn't switch my microphone on. Hello, good afternoon. I'm Israeli government spokesman Eylon Levy. This is day 137 of the October 7 war. IDF fatalities since the start of the October 7 massacre have risen to 575. That's up by 1 since our last update. The people of Israel grieve with the family of Staff Sergeant Maoz Morel, aged 22, who was injured in battle in southern Gaza on the 15th of February and succumbed to his wounds yesterday. An update on the the October 7 hostage crisis as Hamas continues to hold 134 hostages, 32 of whom have been killed in captivity or were killed during their abduction. Yesterday, the IDF released recently obtained security camera footage of the abduction of the Bibas family into Khan Yunis on October 7th. The footage shows Shiri Bibas and her infant children Ariel, aged 4, and Kfir Bibas, 9 months at the time of the massacre, famously now aged 1, cruelly abducted from his crib. Intelligence obtained during recent IDF activities against Hamas in Khan Yunis in recent weeks indicates that Shiri Bibas and the 2 children were abducted from Kibbutz Nir Oz to eastern Khan Yunis. They were then taken to an outpost belonging to the Kataib Mujahideen terror group. The footage shows Shiri Bibas trying to shield her children with a sheet, the ginger hair visible through the cloth. They were forced into a car and whisked off. Based on the available intelligence, we are, of course, deeply concerned for Shiri, Ariel and Kfir, as well as the children's father, Yarden, who was abducted separately. The IDF released this footage with the consent of members of the Bibas family. Speaking today at a press conference, they said they agreed to publish the video so the world cannot forget what happened and cannot look away. A reminder, Shiri Bibas's parents were burned alive on October 7th. Cousin Elon Eshet spoke of his anguish at the thought of burying 3 generations of one family and called on every human being with a conscience, his words, to demand the immediate release of his family and all the hostages. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also released a statement saying this heart-wrenching video reminds us who we are dealing with, the brutal kidnappers of babies. Prime Minister continued, "We will settle accounts with them. We will bring these kidnappers of babies and mothers to justice. They won't get away with it." End quote. We hope this horrific reminder of the fact that Hamas is holding a baby hostage will spur the world to put greater pressure on Hamas and on all actors with any influence over the terror group to release the hostages immediately and unconditionally. The demands that Israel should cease its campaign to liberate the hostages and simply abandon those little children and their parents in the hands of the death squads who perpetrated the October 7 atrocities are, of course, a stain on the conscience of humanity. An update from the northern arena. In the north, the IDF continues to act forcefully against Hezbollah aggression following its decision to enter this war on October 8th. Throughout the morning, IDF fighter jets struck a number of Hezbollah terror targets in Lebanon, including launch posts in the areas of Yarun and Marwahin. That's after airstrikes against Hezbollah terrorists in Marwahin yesterday. We repeat, Israel will not accept the ongoing displacement of tens of thousands of civilians and the ongoing shelling of their homes. We repeat the warning, Hezbollah must back off, preferably in the context of a diplomatic framework in accordance with UN Security Council Resolution 1701, which renders illegal its presence south of the Litani River, or else we will be forced to push it away. That's it for today's update. We'll now take your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. First question from Melanie Lidman. Can you please comment on whether the Prime Minister's office is concerned about Eisenkott's letter regarding the 4 major goals of the war? Also, have any decisions been made regarding access to the Temple Mount during Ramadan? Thank you.
Melanie, regarding your first question, the Prime Minister, together with Defense Minister Gallant, Minister Gantz, Eisenkot and Dermer continue to run the War Cabinet, and of course that is the proper place for discussions to take place about the conduct of the war as we continue to fight to bring back the hostages and bring down the Hamas terror regime. As for the question about the Temple Mount, I have no further updates since yesterday's statement.
Question from Henrietta Chakar from Reuters. Firstly, a UN report issued yesterday cites allegations of sexual abuse of detained Palestinian women and girls by Israeli soldiers, including during the Gaza war. Your response?
Sure. Let me make a comment on those repulsive allegations being made by UN officials who have been running interference for Hamas since the beginning of this war. Israel forcefully rejects those despicable and unfounded claims published yesterday by a group of so-called UN experts. I say so-called because one of those is Francesca Albanese, who has been engaging in the most appalling Holocaust inversion, who denied the blatantly anti-Semitic nature of the October 7 massacre, as the UN Secretary General himself has acknowledged and infamously claimed that Israel has no right to defend itself from the October 7 atrocities. These officials have remained shamefully silent on the horrific sexual and gender-based violence perpetrated by Hamas on October 7th, since October 7th, and I think through their silence they've lost any legitimacy to speak on this matter or any other. It is clear to us that they are motivated not by the truth, but by their hatred for Israel and its people, and they are weaponizing and politicizing their mandates in a despicable attempt to curtail Israel's inherent right to defend itself. Now, the State of Israel will, of course, continue to uphold its obligations under international law, which we take much more seriously than those who are trying to twist it into whatever they want it to say in order to try to defend Hamas. Israel, of course, remains willing to investigate any concrete complaints about alleged misconduct when presented with credible allegations and evidence. In the case of these allegations, no complaints have been received about these despicable allegations.
Thank you. Second question from Henriette Chakar. Can you update us on the situation in Nasser Hospital? Have hostages been located there? Are there searches underway for tunnels there? When might the hospital be vacated by Israeli forces?
Sure. I have no update on the Nasser hospital since the update yesterday, in which I explained the efforts that the IDF is making in a precise and targeted operation in order to apprehend Hamas terrorists. Hundreds of suspected terrorists have been apprehended from inside the hospital, confiscate weapons, try to find perhaps hostages' bodies, since we went in on the basis of credible intelligence that hostages had been held there and the hospital had been used to hold their bases, to hold their bodies. As the IDF did that, it worked, first of all, having given adequate warning to the hospital to order the vacation of Hamas forces from inside. That precaution and that warning was given in accordance with our obligations under the relevant provisions of international law. The IDF also took measures to make sure that the hospital can remain operational. I saw that the head of the World Health Organization tweeted earlier that the hospital is running on the basis of one backup generator. What he neglected to mention is that that backup generator was brought into the hospital on Friday by Israel's Shayetet 13 special forces at the time that other Israeli forces worked to repair the hospital's generator and facilitated the provision of 24,500 litres of fuel to the hospital at the request of the hospital staff in order to keep it operational, while making efforts, of course, to evacuate civilians who are seeking shelter. And that is why our troops also secured a humanitarian corridor out of the hospital so that Israel can go after the Hamas terrorists hiding inside and try to find hostages or hostages' bodies without civilians in the way. Any further operational questions, I would refer to the IDF and, of course, to COGAT, which handles questions of the provision and facilitation of the delivery of humanitarian aid into Gaza.
Question from Joel Pollack, Breitbart News. Can you comment on the draft UN Security Council resolution by the United States calling for a temporary ceasefire and calling on Israel not to attack Hamas in Rafah? Is there a threat by the Biden administration in diplomatic terms?
Sure. Israel's committed to the three goals of this campaign in the war that Hamas began on October 7th, destroying Hamas, freeing the hostages, and making sure that Gaza can never again pose a threat to the people of Israel. Now, within that, we have always been open and, in fact, have been pushing for a temporary pause to get the hostages out. I'll remind you, we had such a framework in place in late November, and it is unforgivable that Hamas decided to end that hostage release pause prematurely on December 1st, when it stopped releasing all the women and children as it was obligated to do and resumed rocket fire on Israel. Now, our American allies stand foursquare behind our goals. The Biden administration has been very clear in its moral, military and diplomatic leadership in that regard. And our understanding is the U.S. draft resolution reflects our shared position the desire for a temporary pause to get the hostages out. Our allies, and I'll refer you to recent statements from the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, the European Parliament, etc., all understand that a sustainable cessation of hostilities is possible only after the Hamas terror regime is dismantled. I think that the British Foreign Secretary Lord Cameron actually expressed himself very eloquently in this regard in that joint column with German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock in the middle of December, in which he explained that you can't simply expect to stop a pause in the fighting and simply hope that the fighting won't resume. Hamas will not give up its genocidal war against Israel, and so a permanent pause in the fighting is, of course, predicated on the dismantling of the Hamas terror regime. I'd point you only to the text of the US draft resolution. Security Council underscores its support for a temporary ceasefire in Gaza as soon as is practicable, based on a formula of all hostages being released, and we certainly want to see all of the hostages back immediately and unconditionally.
Question from Hannah Julian, the Jewish Press. Is there any update on access to the Al-Aqsa Mosque on the Temple Mount, specifically for Palestinian Muslims and for Israeli Muslims? Will there be a difference?
I already answered this question in the context of Melanie's question earlier. I have no update since yesterday's briefing.
Further question from Hannah Julian. Do you have specific numbers on how many Jewish communities and how many IDF bases were attacked on October 7th? We are seeing varying numbers.
Hannah, I would encourage you to get in touch with us separately and we can try to find numbers for you. That's not something that I have off the top of my head. As always, if you have specific questions that you need particular facts or figures, we advise you to try to get in touch with us ahead of time before the briefing so that we can get the relevant information for you in time.
The last question, is there any comment on the rising ferocity of pro-Palestinian demonstrators worldwide?
We think that the October 7 massacre presented the world with a very simple choice. Are you on the right side of history or not? Do you stand with the Hamas rapist regime, alternatively, or not? It is horrific to see the hate parades around the world that seek to deny Israel's inherent right to defend its people, that demand that it abandon the hostages in the hands of the terrorists we fear are raping them right now in the Hamas terror dungeons, that have been tearing down posters of the hostages. You have to have really dehumanized Israelis and Jews to tear down posters of little abducted children. And we're glad that our allies continue to stand behind us in whatever roundabout way they phrase it, in order to bring the Hamas terror regime to justice and to bring the hostages home and to ignore this despicable pressure. Pressure that I'll remind you, these protests began not with Israel's response to the October 7 massacre, but the October 7 massacre itself immediately triggered a wave of jubilation and celebration around the world, and the hate parades that we see now are a natural extension of that spontaneous reaction we saw in response to the massacre itself.
And a last question from Lauren Izzo. Can you please lay out Israel's position and response to the United Nations Security Council vote happening today regarding the Algerian resolution to implement a ceasefire in Gaza?
Israel's been very clear since the beginning of this war. We are fighting in order to dismantle the Hamas military and governing infrastructure in Gaza, bring back all the hostages, and make sure that Gaza can never again pose a threat to the people of Israel. And that is what we are going to continue doing. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Keep safe. Thank you.
All right, that was Israeli government spokesperson Eylon Levy. And as you heard, he did address the United Nations vote that is expected to happen today. You are taking a live look over in New York City here inside the room as folks are getting seated. Now, any moment, the United Nations Security Council will meet, and they are expected to take up that resolution that would demand an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. However, the U.S. Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield says the Biden administration will veto the Arab-backed resolution. Now, the U.S. has also circulated a rival UN resolution that would support a temporary ceasefire linked to the release of all of the remaining hostages and lift restrictions on the delivery there of humanitarian aid. Again, folks are all taking their seats here, so this hearing should begin any moment now. In the meantime, I do want to head out to another hearing that was held a bit earlier on today. It actually just wrapped up moments ago, but the UN High Court is continuing its hearings into the legality of Israeli policies in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem. Now, again, we do know that these hearings have been going on for the past several months here, and South Africa actually brought claims against Israel of genocide, essentially. So I do want to play some of their comments as we wait for this UN hearing to get underway.
Mr. President, distinguished members of the court, this is both an honor and a responsibility of monumental proportions to appear before you today on behalf of the Republic of South Africa for the second time within 41 days. Mr. President, while South Africa's foreign policy has always favored a two-state solution, the prevailing conditions suggest that unless such an approach deals with the inequitable offering of land to Palestinians, the dismantling of all the illegal settlements, the right of return to all Palestinian refugees, such a solution may solidly lead to the disenfranchisement of the indigenous people of Palestine and concretize the prevailing injustices brought about by decades of apartheid settler colonialism. A just solution for all who legally qualify to live in historical Palestine would need to be negotiated with the assistance of the international community. The inordinate delay in achieving a fair and just settlement has resulted in an unending cycle of violence. A clear legal characterization of the nature of Israel's regime over the Palestinian people can only assist in remedying the ongoing delay in achieving a just settlement. In this regard, on the legal questions placed before the courts by the United Nations General Assembly in Resolution 77/247 of 30 December 2022, we wish to make the following submissions. South Africa cannot overstate the significance of this advisory opinion for the Palestinian people, more especially the legal characterization of the situation of occupation and the imposition of the system of racial oppression and apartheid, which have unconscionably been permitted to continue for far too long. The occupation alone has persisted for 56 years. As the UN Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories explained in 2022, the occupation by Israel has been conducted in profound defiance of international law and hundreds of United Nations resolutions, with scant pushback from the international community. Consequently, Mr. President, that defiance by Israel has already led to the killing of tens of thousands of Palestinians, including an estimated 30,000 killed in the past 4 months alone. These are not mere statistics, Mr. President. They are flesh and blood of the Palestinian people. Therefore, we must ask, when will Israel's decades-long impunity for widespread and systematic human rights violations and violations of peremptory norms of international law end, if not now? Over the past 136 days, the world has watched in horror daily the relentless attacks on Gaza, the ferocity and violence of Israel's latest military campaign against Gaza, and its flouting of international law, including an order of this court, which was handed down on 26 January 2024.
What you're listening to is South Africa right there. We did hear from several different countries over at the UN highest court, known as the World Court, or ICJ, as they continue their hearings into the legality of Israeli policies in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem. Right now, we do have the United Nations Security Council getting underway as they take up this resolution demanding an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. We are hearing from several different countries, several speakers, and we know that the U.S. has said that the Biden administration is going to veto the Arab-backed resolution that would call for an immediate ceasefire. We are going to pop up the audio here and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what you're looking at right there on your screen.
Of item 2 of the agenda. Members of the Council have before them document S/2024/173, the text of a draft resolution submitted by Algeria. The Council is ready to proceed to the vote on the draft resolution before it. I now give the floor to those members of the Council who wish to make statements before the vote. I give the floor to the representative of Algeria.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish to extend my sincere appreciation for your efforts in convening this meeting to deliberate and take action on the draft resolution S/2024/173. The draft resolution under consideration is the culmination of extensive discussions among Council members. As the primary custodian of international peace and security, the Security Council cannot afford passivity in face of the call for a ceasefire in Gaza. By presenting this text, our intention is to empower the Council to fulfill its mandate and protect lives. Commencing with an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. Ample time have been afforded for Council members to deliberate on the content of the text. Our approach involved meticulous consideration of received proposal and amendment, resulting in what we believe is a balanced text, capable of garnering broad support. The draft resolution underscores key elements, including 1. A humanitarian ceasefire. 2nd, unhindered aid delivery to all parts of the Gaza Strip. 3rd, rejection of forced displacement of Palestinians. 4, compliance with provisional measures ordered by the International Court of Justice. And 5th and last, the imperative for all parties to respect their obligations under international humanitarian law. Madam President, throughout this process, we have heard calls to give time to a parallel track in order to preserve its chances, with concern raised that any action from the Council would jeopardize this effort. However, almost 1 month after the ICJ orders, signs of hope are still absent for improvement of the situation in Gaza. Silence. Silence, we contend, is not a viable option. Now is the time for action and the time for truth. Madam President, members of the Security Council bear the responsibility of voting in favor of measures that uphold international peace and security. This resolution is a stance for truth and humanity, standing against the advocates for murder and hatred. A vote in favor of this draft resolution is a support to the Palestinians' right to life. Conversely, voting against it implies an endorsement of the brutal violence and collective punishment inflicted upon them. A positive vote for the draft brings hope for hundreds of thousands of children to return to school and enjoy their right to education. Conversely, voting against the draft resolution is a vote in favor of annihilating their dream for a better life. A vote in favor of the draft resolution stands in solidarity with the right of Palestinian women, while opposing it means to accept degrading practices that destroy their dignity. Furthermore, supporting the draft resolution means endorsing the Palestinian right to food. Rejecting it constitutes, however, an approval of starvation as mean of war against hundreds of thousands of Palestinians. A vote in favor of the draft is a defense of the right to health, while voting against it is an approval of violation of hospital sanctity and an announced death of those who escaped it in the first place. Madam President, the Council must not merely call for a ceasefire. It must ensure steadfast adherence by all parties. The international community must act swiftly, as the value of ceasefire diminishes with each passing moment. We are rapidly approaching a critical juncture where the call to halt the machinery of violence will lose its significance. Today, every Palestinian is a target for death, extermination, and genocide. We should ask ourselves how many innocent lives must be sacrificed before the Council deems it necessary to call for a ceasefire. For us, and I hope for all the security members, I hope for all the Security Council members, Palestinians, Palestinian lives matter. Each one of us decide where to stand in this tragic chapter of history. I thank you.
I thank the
All right, so you are listening right there over at the UN Security Council as they are discussing this Arab-backed resolution. Now, it was proposed by Algeria. That is why you are hearing from the ambassador to Algeria to the United Nations. For now, I do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the first one of the hour, and we'll listen back in here momentarily. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 10:19 over on the East Coast, and it is 7:19 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. If you look off to the top right-hand side of your screen, we were showing you right before the break as the United Nations Security Council is taking up an Arab-backed resolution that would call for an immediate ceasefire over in Gaza amid the Israel-Hamas war on day 137. What you're looking at there is a live look over at the Israel-Gaza border. Now, at the bottom of your screen, I do want to remind you that the man charged in connection with the murder of Tupac is expected in court at 12 p.m. Eastern time. That is when he will face a judge, and the judge will work to decide whether he can be released on bail to house arrest until he does go to trial later on this year. You can watch that hearing right here, live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to head back over to the UN Security Council as we are hearing from the representative here from the United States to the UN. Let's listen in right now, live, raw, and unfiltered.
of the United States.
Colleagues, for months, the United States has tirelessly pushed toward a goal that all of us should aspire to: a sustainable resolution of the Gaza conflict so that Israelis and Palestinians can live side by side and enjoy equal measures of security, dignity, and freedom. To build towards that future, the United States is working on a hostage deal between Israel and Hamas, along with Egypt and Qatar. This hostage deal would bring an immediate and sustained period of calm to Gaza for at least 6 weeks, and from there, we could take the time to build a more enduring peace. President Biden has had multiple calls in recent days with Prime Minister Netanyahu, as well as the leaders of Egypt and Qatar, to push this deal forward. And though gaps remain, the key elements are on the table so that if an arrangement is reached, it would help create the conditions for sustainable cessation of hostilities, be no reduction in Resolution 2720 any forced displacements of civilians in Gaza. It also highlights the concerns many council members have regarding the fate of civilians in Rafah, making clear that under current circumstances, a major ground offensive into Rafah should not proceed. Colleagues, this is not, as some members have claimed, an American effort to cover for an imminent ground incursion. Rather, it is a sincere statement of our concern for the 1.5 million civilians who've sought refuge in Rafah. Civilians must be protected and have access to humanitarian assistance and basic services. On that note, our text outlines a path for implementation of Resolution 2712 and 2720, including provisions that call for the expansion of aid at scale. It also further clarifies and strengthens the mandate of the Senior Humanitarian and Reconstruction Coordinator for Gaza, Sigrid Kaag, whose plan I know we all support. As in previous resolutions, it places an emphasis on the protection of civilians and humanitarian workers, and it calls for lifting all barriers to the provision of humanitarian assistance, opening additional humanitarian routes, and keeping current border crossings open. Our draft also aims to support the Secretary General's effort to investigate those UNRWA personnel who directly participated in October 7th, and it supports the work of the independent review group led by Catherine Colonna, focused on ensuring UNRWA's neutrality. These and other steps are necessary to restore donor confidence. Finally, and as always, the draft reiterates our unwavering commitment to the vision of the two-state solution, where two democratic states, Israel and Palestine, live side by side in peace, within secure and recognized borders, under a revamped and revitalized Palestinian Authority. Colleagues, this resolution reflects the many ideas that have been shared over the past month, but which are not reflected in the text before us today. And we believe it will both support the ongoing negotiations and lay the groundwork for a sustainable peace in the region. But in addition to getting the what of this text correct, we also know it's critical to get the how and when of it right, too. We will work in earnest in negotiating this text, and indeed intend to leave time for everyone to comment rather than impose an arbitrary deadline for the vote. Colleagues, we're at a pivotal moment and a critical one. Critical for the hostages who've been held captive for nearly 20 weeks in Gaza, and critical for their families who are desperate to be reunited with their loved ones. Critical for Palestinians whose homes and families have been destroyed and who now wonder where they'll find their next meal. Critical for Israelis, many of whom are still displaced or face barrages of rocket fire. Critical for Palestinian civilians in the West Bank who are at heightened risk of extremist settler violence. Critical for humanitarian workers and journalists who put their lives on the line every day to do their jobs. And critical to everyone who desperately want to see sustainable peace in this region. That includes, I believe, every single person in this room. And so let us commit to doing this the right way and at the right time so that we can create the right conditions for a safer, more peaceful future. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative.
All right, so we are hearing from different ambassadors there to the United Nations. We, of course, just heard from the U.S. ambassador, and prior to that, we heard from the ambassador for Algeria, who is the one that is proposing this resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire there in Gaza. Let's head to a quick break, and we'll be right back with more of that coverage live, raw, and unfiltered. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 10:28 over on the East Coast and 7:28 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your live events from across the country and the world. I do want to remind you that coming up in just about an hour and a half at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, that is when the man suspected in the murder of Tupac is going to appear in court. He is expected to speak to a judge there. The judge will decide whether or not he can be released on bond and stay under house arrest until he does go to trial in the murder of Tupac. This all, of course, connected to the shooting death of the music star back in 1996 over in Las Vegas. In the meantime, you're also looking at a live view over Gaza right now as the sun is setting. The United Nations Security Council back in New York is discussing a resolution that would call for a ceasefire in Gaza on day 137 of the war between Israel and Hamas. Right now, it looks like the Russian ambassador to the UN is speaking, so let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Put forward an ultimatum demanding a halt to work on the document. Our U.S. colleagues asserted that the draft proposed by Algeria was dangerous insofar as it would obstruct so-called delicate diplomacy on the ground. We just heard the same in this hall. We call on all of you to consider the cynicism of this argument. Effectively, Washington has been proclaiming that the Security Council of the United Nations is in the way of its plans and demanding that the Security Council, not interfere in the U.S.'s plans. And my U.S. colleague just yesterday publicly stated that they would vote against the Algerian draft. Distinguished colleagues, the United States time and time again has been demonstrating utter disregard both for international institutions and multilateral diplomacy and international law. Today, essentially, the authority and the standing of the United Nations Security Council is at stake. We call upon the membership of the Security Council to demonstrate solidarity to counter the lawlessness of Washington, which is willing to countenance any sacrifice in any region for the advancement of its geopolitical ambitions. The U.S. government has no concern either for the lives of the people of Gaza nor the views of its own people, who are increasingly vocal in their support of the Palestinian people. We should like to hope that within other UN member states and member states of the Security Council, that they generally listen if not to at least the voice of conscience, but at least to public opinion. Public opinion will no longer forgive United Nations inaction. The situation in the south of the Strip, around the city of Rafah, is, in the context of Israeli military plans, extremely dangerous. The implementation of these plans will result in a catastrophic increase in the magnitude of the humanitarian disaster, at the epicenter of which are more than 1 million residents of Gaza who have fled hostilities in the city to the border with Egypt. There is a need to do everything possible to prevent this kind of a development. Our shared objective is to stop the bloodshed as soon as possible and to provide conditions for the establishment of sustained channels for the delivery of humanitarian assistance to the people in the Strip. We urge the Security Council membership to vote in support of the Algerian draft. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for his statement. I shall put the draft resolution to the vote now. Will those in favor of the draft resolution contained in document S/2024/173 please raise their hand? Those against? Abstentions? The result of the voting is as follows: 13 votes in favor, 1 vote against, 1 abstention. The draft resolution has not been adopted owing to the negative vote of a permanent member of the Council. I now give the floor to those members of the Council who wish to make statements after the vote. I give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, over the past few weeks, we have made incredibly clear that the resolution before the Council would not achieve the goal of a sustainable peace and may in fact run counter to it. Proceeding with a vote today was wishful and irresponsible. And so while we cannot support a resolution that would put sensitive negotiations in jeopardy, we look forward to engaging on a text that we believe will address so many of the concerns we all share, a text that can and should be adopted by the Council, so that we can have a temporary ceasefire as soon as practicable, based on the formula of all hostages being released. This temporary ceasefire is critical to getting aid into the hands of Palestinian civilians who desperately need it. We should look towards this text so that we can finally condemn Hamas for their horrific attacks on October 7th, which set this conflict into motion, so that we can empower Senior Coordinator Cog and the United Nations, because her success is the UN's success. And it is so very needed to ensure civilians get the aid that they need more efficiently and effectively, and just more, period. And so that ultimately we can together help create a future in which Israelis and Palestinians live in states of their own, side by side, in peace. We're committed to engaging constructively on our resolution with you all in the days to come to that end. And we will continue to tirelessly engage in direct diplomacy and negotiations on the ground. Thank you.
Representative of the United States for her statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of China.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President.
All right, so there you have it. You are listening live, raw, and unfiltered over in the United Nations in New York as a resolution demanding an immediate ceasefire in Gaza has failed in the United Nations. There were 13 votes in favor of that resolution. The U.S. was the sole vote against it, and there was one abstention, so it did not pass. U.S. Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield speaking right there. She had previously said that the Biden administration would veto that Arab-backed resolution, and the U.S. also has circulated a rival UN resolution that would support a temporary truce linked to the release of all of the remaining hostages, and it would lift restrictions on the delivery of humanitarian aid. But again, we did receive word here, that vote happening right there on your screen, the resolution that would demand a ceasefire, failing in the United Nations. Let's head to a quick 2-minute break, and we will have much more coming up on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 10:39 over on the East Coast, and it is 7:39 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. As you heard right before the break, live, raw, and unfiltered, there was a vote that took place in the United Nations Security Council, and they did fail to pass a resolution that would call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza on day 137 of the war between Israel and Hamas, all of which followed that attack by Hamas on Israel back on October 7th. Now, at this point, we are hearing from several different countries that are responding to that resolution failing. There's a lot more discussion here on the situation in the Middle East. China speaking now. Let's pop up that audio.
The international community abandon its plan for Rafah offensive and stop its collective punishment of the people of Palestine. We expect countries having significant influence to do less of their political calculations, to be truly impartial and responsible, and to make the right choice in pushing for a ceasefire in Gaza. We call on the international community to pull all diplomatic efforts to give the people of Gaza a chance to live and give the people of the entire Middle East region a chance to have peace and give it a chance for justice to be upheld. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of China for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Slovenia.
Thank you very much, Madam President. We voted for the resolution because the killing of civilians in Gaza must stop. The suffering that Palestinians are enduring is beyond anything a human being should be subjected to. A possible Israeli ground offensive in Rafah would have unimaginable humanitarian consequences. It would push us on a path of no return. It is our duty to react before we wake up in a nightmare. And that's why we are convinced it is high time for the Council to pull a brake. Let me emphasize once again that Slovenia condemns the horrific terrorist attack by Hamas on 7 October, as well as their continuing attacks on Israel. We continue to call for immediate and safe release of all hostages. We feel the pain of their relatives and loved ones. And we thank the leaders of Egypt, Qatar, and the United States for their tireless efforts, and we hope that negotiations they are facilitating will soon bring peace to Gaza and return the hostages home safely. However, it is the responsibility of this Council to maintain international peace and security. We believe that everyone can and should contribute their piece of the puzzle that will eventually bring peace. We believe in complementarity of all efforts, bilateral, regional, or those of the Council. The Council's role is important, and it is indispensable in order to end hostilities, to bring hostages home, to rapidly and safely deliver humanitarian assistance, and to draft a day-after roadmap. Lastly, the Council has a responsibility towards the international community. Its expectations have been clearly expressed through a General Assembly resolution with the overwhelming support of Member States. It has been clearly manifested by citizens across the globe. Their voices are loud and clear. The war needs to stop. The Security Council needs to hear these voices of global consciousness and respond to their demands and pleas. And it all starts with a call for a ceasefire, to end hostilities, to bring hostages home, to bring water and food to starving Palestinians, and to silence and clear the skies over Gaza and Israel. A call addressed to both sides, Israel and Hamas. It is our firm belief that Algeria proposed a balanced text calling for respect of international humanitarian law and human rights law, addressing all violations committed by both sides of the conflict, and calling for accountability for those violations. It is putting protection of civilians as a civilized norm in the center of our action. We therefore deeply regret that the Council was not able to pass this resolution, which we supported strongly. But we cannot give up. It is our responsibility to continue working towards a consensus in this body for peace in the Middle East. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Slovenia for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Switzerland.
Merci, Madame la.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Switzerland voted in favor of the draft resolution and regrets that it was not adopted despite the very broad support it enjoys among the members of this Council. I would like to thank the Algerian delegation for its efforts in building consensus around this text, which calls in particular for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza and the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages held captive in Gaza since the acts of terror perpetrated by Hamas on October 7. Almost 3 weeks have passed since the first draft of this text was submitted. Switzerland welcomed the intense negotiations taking place in the region and stressed the need to give them the necessary time to reach a result. At the same time, we stress the responsibility of this Council to act in accordance with its mandate for the respect of international humanitarian law and especially the protection of civilians. We regret that a firmer and more explicit condemnation of Hamas's acts of terror was not included in the resolution, despite the injunctions of several Council members, including Switzerland. However, the need to protect the civilian population in Gaza is growing day by day. Respect for international humanitarian law and human rights, particularly as regards the protection of civilians, must remain a priority for this Council. Under the Geneva Conventions, the delivery of humanitarian aid must be safe, rapid, and unimpeded. We cannot allow hundreds of thousands of besieged civilians to be left prey to famine and epidemics without adequate guarantees of security for the delivery of humanitarian assistance and for their own protection. In addition, Switzerland is very concerned about the risk of a large-scale military operation in Rafah and the subsequent regional escalation it could entail. The draft resolution was therefore intended as a preventative measure against further escalation on the spot, which would endanger the lives of all civilians, including the hostages. This is why the call for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza is in line with our collective commitment to respect and ensure respect for the Geneva Conventions and international humanitarian law in all circumstances. Switzerland remains committed to unified action by the Council in this direction. We also recall that the parties are obliged to respect the two previous Council resolutions on this subject. And we would also recall the mandatory nature of the provisional measures ordered by the International Court of Justice on 26 January. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Switzerland for her statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of France.
Madam Chair, France thanks Algeria for preparing and proposing this resolution. It regrets that the resolution was not adopted given the disastrous situation on the ground. The immediate and unconditional release of all hostages, specifically and explicitly requested by resolutions 2712 and 2720 of our Council, as well as the draft that was just rejected, should take place without further delay. There is extreme urgency to, without further delay, conclude an agreement on a ceasefire that would finally guarantee the protection of all civilians and a massive delivery of emergency aid. The human toll and the humanitarian situation in Gaza is intolerable, and Israeli operations must stop. It's urgent to massively deliver humanitarian aid to the Gaza population. It's imperative to open the Ashdod port and open a land path directly between Jordan through all points of passage. It's also incomprehensible and unacceptable that this Council still has not condemned the terrorist acts committed by Hamas on 7 October with other terrorists and sexual violence used as a weapon of war by these terrorists. We strongly deplore this situation and call upon the Council to rapidly clear itself of this ambiguous guilt. France reiterates its attachment to Israeli security and will continue to resolutely be committed to full mobilization of this Council on all aspects of this crisis, security, humanitarian, and also political. We recall that only a two-state solution can possibly meet the needs of security for Israel and the Israeli people, as well as the legitimate aspiration of the Palestinians to a state. It involves the creation of a Palestinian state that would live in peace and security alongside Israel. Thank you.
I thank the representative of France for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Mozambique.
Madam President, I wish to begin by expressing our gratitude to the Presidency of Guyana for having convened this meeting to take action on this important resolution on the Middle East, including the Palestinian question. We also express our sincere appreciation to Algeria for the tireless work that led to the tabling of the resolution aimed at ending the totally unacceptable and unbearable suffering of the Palestinian people, the humanitarian catastrophe currently unfolding in Gaza. Madam President, by voting in favor of this Security Council resolution, Mozambique aligns herself with the international community as a whole in its effort that overwhelmingly calls for the immediate cessation of hostilities in the Gaza Strip. We consider it imperative that all parties scrupulously comply with their obligations under international humanitarian law and international law, human rights law, in particular with regard to the protection of civilians and civilian infrastructures. We strongly call for the total and full compliance with the provisional measures laid down by the order of the International Court of Justice within the scope of Articles 2 and 3 of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, handed down on January 26, 2024. Throughout history, we had our share of painful experience with war and armed conflict. It is on this basis and on the dictates of the laws of war that we embrace that Mozambique firmly opposes the forced displacement of the Palestinian civilian population, women and children in particular. In that connection, we strongly appeal for the full implementation of the United Nations Security Council resolutions 2712 of 2023 and 2720 also of 2023. In the same vein, Mozambique demands the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages, as well as a guarantee of humanitarian access to meet the medical needs of all hostages. Mr. President, Madam President, we urge the international community and the Security Council in particular to continue working tirelessly together towards achieving peace and stability in the region based on a two-state solution for the people of Palestine and Israel. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative.
All right, so you are listening to representatives there, the ambassadors to the United Nations from several different countries there. They are part of the Security Council. They did vote a short time ago to essentially not adopt a resolution that would really order an immediate ceasefire in Gaza on day 137 of the Israel-Hamas War. We know that there were 13 that voted in favor of that, and the U.S. did veto it. They voted against it. So that resolution failing, the U.S. says it does have a better idea that would bring a temporary truce, and it would release the rest of the hostages that have been held since October 7th. Let's head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. Much more live coverage here on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look over at the White House in D.C. as we continue to cover the presidential race. Now, we have some breaking news, or really lack thereof, as the Associated Press is now reporting that Nikki Haley is not going to be announcing that she's leaving the primary here. She's still running for president. We did tell you a bit earlier she had announced that at noon Eastern time today she would speak, and the exact topic of the speech had not been revealed. However, it was billed as remarks on the state of the presidential race. Now, ahead of that address, Haley telling the Associated Press that she will not leave the Republican primary election regardless of Saturday's result. And backed by the strongest fundraising numbers of her political career, she vowed to stay in the fight against Trump at least until after Super Tuesday's slate of more than a dozen contests on March 5th. So again, some breaking news, or as I say, lack thereof, that Nikki Haley is not leaving the presidential race. Still, though, she is expected to make that address at noon today. In the meantime, I do want to head back over to New York City. That is where we are hearing from several representatives to the UN Security Council after the U.S. did veto a vote that would have called for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, the U.S. vetoing that. So let's pop up the audio as we are hearing from several other members of the Security Council.
Statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Malta.
Thank you, President. Malta also thanks Algeria for their measured and constructive approach as penholders throughout the negotiations. Malta voted in favor of this draft, and we unequivocally reiterate our call for a permanent ceasefire. It is therefore regrettable that the use of the veto prevents this Council from calling for an end to this conflict. We also believe that the Council has provided the ongoing negotiations taking place on the ground the necessary space and time. However, regrettably, we still find ourselves on the precipice of another wave of hostilities. This will undoubtedly have catastrophic consequences on the civilian population in Rafah, an area already designated as a safe zone. We also reject and denounce any forced displacement of the Palestinian civilian population from and within Gaza. Such actions amount to grave breaches of international law. The severely deteriorating humanitarian conditions and the threat of famine within Gaza are extremely troubling and need to be urgently addressed. Israel is required to facilitate the full, rapid, safe, and unimpeded delivery of humanitarian aid into Gaza. At the same time, UNRWA remains essential to ensure an effective humanitarian response. The broader regional situation also continues to be deeply worrying. Under these circumstances, the full and immediate implementation of Security Council Resolutions 2712 and 2720 is now more pressing than ever. Let us be clear, this Council has the duty and responsibility to make sure that its decisions are respected. We also echo the call for the remaining hostages to be immediately, safely, and unconditionally released, and we call on this Council to denounce the terrorist acts of October 7th. In closing, President, Malta underlines its unwavering commitment to a comprehensive peace based on the two-state solution. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Malta for her statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, President. We want to see the fighting in Gaza end as soon as possible in a way that never again allows Hamas to carry out the appalling terrorist attacks against Israel we saw on the 7th of October last year. Palestinian civilians are facing a devastating humanitarian crisis. We're particularly worried about the situation in Rafah, where a military operation could have appalling consequences for civilians sheltering there with nowhere else to go. Ongoing negotiations are critical to secure the release of the hostages held in Gaza. We are calling for an immediate suspension in fighting to get aid in and hostages out, leading to a permanent, sustainable ceasefire. That means the release of all hostages, the formation of a new Palestinian government for the West Bank and Gaza, accompanied by an international support package, removing Hamas's capacity to launch attacks against Israel, Hamas no longer in charge of Gaza, and a political horizon which provides a credible and irreversible pathway towards a two-state solution. President, we welcome the efforts of our Algerian colleagues on this resolution, and we regret that some of our proposals were not taken on board. Simply calling for a ceasefire, as this resolution does, will not make it happen. Indeed, as it could endanger the hostage negotiations, it could actually make a ceasefire less likely. The way to stop the fighting and potentially stop it from restarting is to begin with a pause to get hostages out and aid in. That is what we are calling for. It could end the fighting now. We will continue to work for a stop to fighting, a humanitarian response at scale, the release of all hostages, and the delivery of the two sovereign states of Israel and Palestine that ensures peace, security, and justice for both countries. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for her statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Sierra Leone.
Madam President, the delegation of Sierra Leone would like to thank Algeria for proposing and facilitating efforts to agree to a resolution that would have, inter alia, led to an immediate ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. We further thank the Algerian delegation for leading a reasonable, transparent, and inclusive process. Sierra Leone voted in favor of the draft resolution because of the imperative for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. The Security Council is mandated to act promptly and effectively in order to maintain international peace and security. The Council has had its attention called to the dire humanitarian situation in Gaza and for it to act under Article 99 of the UN Charter by the Secretary General. Some members of the Security Council have had the opportunity to visit both Rafah crossing from the Egyptian border and Israel, including representatives of the delegation of Sierra Leone. The assessment therefrom has been that only a humanitarian ceasefire will put an end to the unbearable killings in Gaza and certainly the looming and unthinkable catastrophe in Rafah. Sierra Leone appreciates and commends member states embarking on diplomatic engagement with parties to the conflict to secure a prolonged pause to the hostilities. But while we do so, we remain worried that reaching a meaningful conclusion in practical terms takes time, a luxury that cannot be afforded by the suffering Palestinian people, the families of the hostages, and the hostages themselves. The other main organs of the United Nations have acted timeously and effectively in this tragic conflict. The UN General Assembly has adopted resolutions ES 1021 and ES 1022, with the overwhelming majority demanding in the latter an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. The Secretary General of the UN invoked Article 99 of the UN Charter, last used over half a century ago, to warn us in this council of the humanitarian catastrophe we now see in Gaza. As council members, we were urged to demand an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. The International Court of Justice has acted promptly and rightly when called upon to do so by South Africa. Following the requests for an indication of provisional measures, the ICJ, in its 26 January 2024 order, in the application of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in the Gaza Strip, South Africa versus Israel, inter alia specifically ordered, and I quote, that the State of Israel shall take immediate and effective measures to enable the provision of urgently needed basic services and humanitarian assistance to address the adverse conditions of life faced by Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, end of quote. The court deemed it necessary to emphasize that all parties to the conflict in the Gaza Strip are bound by international humanitarian law. It expressed its grave concern that the fate of the hostages abducted during the attack in Israel on 7th October 2023 and held since then by Hamas and other armed groups, and calls for their immediate and unconditional release. The ICJ further reminded the parties that the provisional measures ordered under Article 41 of the ICJ statute have binding effect and thus create international legal obligations for any party to whom the provisional measures are addressed. Sierra Leone is of the view that in the absence of any prima facie change in the current perilous humanitarian conditions prevailing in Gaza, coupled with the continuing perpetuation of the hostage situation following the 26 January 2024 order of the ICJ, the UN Security Council is now more than ever compelled to act, to use the myriad of tools available to us as a council to save human lives and put a check on the mounting death toll and inordinate destruction of civilian objects. Madam President, it is extremely worrisome that after over 130 days in the conflict, a draft resolution calling for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire, demanding the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages, rejecting forced displacement of the Palestinians, reiterating the call for full, rapid, safe, and unhindered humanitarian access into Gaza, and the optimal political solution of a two-state solution could not be adopted, which we deeply regret. At this stage, with the immense suffering, death, and anguish in Gaza, the Security Council must not relent until a complete halt to the continuing hostilities in Gaza Strip and in the West Bank is achieved. To do otherwise is to accept passively the prevalent criticisms of dysfunctionality of this council. Meanwhile, the reality in Gaza is that of famine-like conditions, malnutrition, displacement, and the spread of infectious diseases, and the potential for spillover of the conflict in the wider region. Our failure to act extinguishes hope, the hope that 1.3 million Palestinians in Rafah have supplicated to us, and beyond this, the hope that humanity has placed in us as members to deliver on the Council's mandate. This must awaken our resolve to act. In closing, Madam President, Sierra Leone sincerely looks forward to not only having a positive outcome from the ongoing diplomatic negotiations being mediated by the United States, Egypt, and Qatar, but also as a Security Council will have a product that will call for a full and unconditional humanitarian ceasefire and release of all hostages. This, we hope, will lead to an end in the fighting and alleviate the humanitarian crisis in the Gaza Strip. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Sierra Leone.
All right, so you are hearing from several representatives right there for the UN Security Council after the U.S. did veto that resolution that would have called for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. This is day 137 of the war between Israel and Hamas, all launching, of course, after that attack by the Hamas terrorists on Israel back on October 7th. You can see right now in the top right-hand side of your screen, that is a live look over the Israel-Gaza border. I do want to call your attention to the bottom right-hand side of your screen there. That is where we can remind you that coming up in about 50 minutes or so, we expect the man suspected of killing Tupac to appear in court. He is going to appeal to a judge saying why he should be released on bond and stay under house arrest until he does go to trial later on this year. Again, he is charged in connection with the murder of Tupac back in 1996 over in Las Vegas. We'll bring you that hearing right here as it does get underway. Let's head to our first 2-minute commercial break here at 11:12 on the East Coast and 8:12 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We do continue to cover breaking news. This involves the situation over in the Middle East as the United Nations has now failed to pass a resolution that would demand an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. There were 13 votes in favor of the resolution. The U.S. was the sole vote against it, and the U.K. did abstain from voting, so it did not pass. U.S. Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield had said that the Biden administration would veto that Arab-backed resolution, and the U.S. did also circulate a rival UN resolution that would support a temporary truce linked to the release of all of the remaining hostages and lift restrictions on the delivery of humanitarian aid. Back in New York, we are hearing from members of the UN Security Council about this resolution. Right now, the ambassador to Russia is speaking live, raw, and unfiltered.
The pernicious policy of a single member of the Security Council, namely the United States. Full responsibility for the consequences of this lies with Washington, regardless of its attempt to elude this responsibility, expatiating on its quote-unquote important mediation efforts. Regardless of how bitter the aftertaste of today's meeting may be, we have no intention of throwing in the towel. The demand from the UN Security Council for the parties to immediately adopt a ceasefire remains imperative. Absent this, any council product will be devoid of practical purpose. We all had an opportunity to see this based on the example of the toothless humanitarian resolutions on Gaza that the Council had previously adopted. And these remained letters on paper because, as we warned, amid circumstances of active hostilities, it is impossible to deliver humanitarian assistance or to monitor humanitarian pauses. Now, turning to the U.S. text, which previously today was so proactively championed by the United States representative, as far as we are aware, this text has not even been officially circulated at the Security Council, not to mention the fact that there was no comprehensive or meaningful discussion thereof. For this reason, for now, this all looks like further spoilers which are designed to detract attention from the latest shameful veto exercised by the U.S., veto on a critically significant resolution for a ceasefire in Gaza. We call on the membership of the Security Council not to be misled by the duplicitous admonitions that there is a need to wait just a little bit longer. The United Nations Security Council and the world waited for 5 months, and with each passing hour that we wait, there are more and more human victims. The U.S. draft does not contain, I emphasize this, does not contain a call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. The text refers only to a temporary, and even this when the conditions are ripe. So there is no real alternative to the Algerian draft resolution which the U.S. vetoed. This brainchild is no viable alternative and cannot be any viable alternative to that. This is yet another bad faith attempt by Washington to drag out the time for the purposes of advancing Israel's interest and allowing it to definitively resolve the Palestinian question. Our shared objective is to prevent this from taking place and to achieve a just peace between the Palestinians and Israel on the basis of Security Council resolutions and General Assembly resolutions. Let us resolve this together, and perhaps our U.S. colleagues will at some point have their conscience awakened. Thank you.
Representative of the Russian Federation for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Algeria.
Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, allow me at the outset to express my appreciation to all the members of the Security Council for constructively participating in the negotiations. Allow me also to thank all states that voted for and not against the draft resolution. I also thank those who abstained, because this draft resolution calls mainly for a ceasefire in Gaza. The draft resolution would have sent a strong message to Palestinians, saying that the world is not standing idly by their suffering. However, and unfortunately, the Security Council failed once again to rise to the calls and aspirations of peoples of the world. This failure does not absolve the Security Council of shouldering its responsibilities. This failure does not absolve the international community of its obligations vis-à-vis the unarmed Palestinian people. This failure does not absolve the occupation power of its obligation to implement the precautionary measures ordered by the International Court of Justice. It is high time for the aggression to end. It is high time for humanitarian assistance to be delivered across Gaza. It is clear that resolutions 2712 and 2720 did not achieve their objectives. It is clear that assistance did not meet the basic needs of the Palestinian people. We have to acknowledge that only a ceasefire can achieve the desired objective. Madam President, the current situation requires everyone, as stressed by the Algerian President, His Excellency Abdelmajid Tebboune, to work on putting the purposes and principles of the United Nations first, to provide the necessary protection to the Palestinian people and to put an end to their historic injustice. Madam President, the people of our region have always looked up to the Security Council as the source of international legitimacy. However, and unfortunately, the Security Council has failed them once again. Our message to you today is that the international community should respond to the calls for ending the killing of Palestinians by calling for an immediate ceasefire. All those impeding such calls should review their policies and their calculations, because wrong decisions today will have a cost on our region and our world tomorrow. And this cost will be violence and instability. So ask yourselves, examine your conscience. What will your decisions today cause? How will history judge you? Madam President, before I conclude, I would like to tell everyone that we will bury our martyrs this evening in Rafah, in Gaza, in all Palestine, and that Algeria will return tomorrow on behalf of the Arab world, on behalf of Muslim countries, and on behalf of all the free people in the world. powered by the souls of thousands of innocent people killed by the Israeli occupation, with no accountability whatsoever. Algeria will return to knock on the doors of the Security Council once again to call for putting an end to the bloodshed in Palestine. We will not stop until this council shoulders its responsibilities in full and imposes an immediate ceasefire. We will never tire, and we will never stop. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Algeria for his statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the representative of Guyana. Colleagues, Guyana is disappointed that this council has once again been unable to deliver a ceasefire for the people of Gaza. A ceasefire is the difference between life and death for the hundreds of thousands of Palestinians and others trapped in the war zone that Gaza has become. The delegation of Algeria has approached the tabling of this resolution with great patience, transparency, and inclusivity. They have listened to all sides, acquiescing to requests for additional time to be given to other efforts underway. It has been almost 3 weeks since the draft was circulated, and we still find ourselves at square one. In that time, almost 2,000 more Palestinians were killed in Gaza. Another 2,000 more injured. In those 3 weeks, every aspect of life in Gaza has gotten worse. Internal displacement has increased, with a serious crisis underway in Rafah. Food insecurity continued to worsen, with the latest Integrated Food Security and Nutrition Phase Classification, IPC, report stating that Gaza now has the highest share of persons facing devastating levels of acute food insecurity that the IPC has ever classified for any given area or country. The humanitarian situation has been described as increasingly severe. Humanitarian access is extremely limited, and people's desperation has led them to looting aid trucks to secure a morsel of food. The population is in dire straits. The most vulnerable among them, including children, the elderly, and people with underlying conditions, are especially vulnerable to malnutrition. And all of this is happening in freezing temperatures. In that time, we have also seen a further hardening of positions for the worse. For example, we have heard the determination of the Israeli government to proceed with a ground operation in Rafah, despite the strong urgings to the contrary by many of its friends and partners and others in the international community. We know what a ground operation in Rafah would mean for the people who were driven there by the Israeli Defense Force. The ICJ orders of 26th of January are being completely ignored, as though there is no obligation to adhere to them. UN personnel are continuing to operate in Gaza under these extremely dangerous circumstances, with unprecedented numbers of them killed since 7th of October. Deconfliction mechanisms are not being respected, so everyone is at risk and nowhere is safe. Dear colleagues, What else needs to happen to act for the people in Gaza? How many more lives must be lost? How many more must be maimed? How many more? We need a ceasefire now. Resolutions 2712 and 2720 cannot be fully implemented if there is no ceasefire. The longer we take to agree on the need for a ceasefire, the longer this Council will be seen as being complicit in what is taking place in Gaza. To be clear, Guyana also calls for the release of all hostages taken on October 7th and Palestinians unlawfully detained in Israeli prisons without trial. Though progress has been stalled for decades, the two-state solution still remains the best option for a permanent and lasting resolution of the Palestinian question. The current situation in Gaza puts the two-state solution at great risk, especially given the rhetoric from some Israeli government officials. Guyana calls on this Council to act now for Gaza and for the future of both Palestine and Israel. A peaceful and stable Israel depends on a peaceful and stable Palestine. The two are not mutually exclusive. And a peaceful Palestine and Israel is crucial for lasting peace and stability of the Middle East region. I thank you. I resume my function as President of the Council. I now give the floor to the permanent observer of the Observer State of Palestine.
Madam President, we thank you and your friendly country, Guyana, for your leadership of the Security Council. We thank Algeria for all its efforts and its statement that my brother Ammar delivered a few minutes ago in bringing forth the draft resolution on behalf of the Arab group that has just been voted regarding the grave situation that continues to be faced by the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip as Israel, the occupying power, carries on with its genocidal war. We also thank the 13 members of the Security Council who voted in favor of the draft, and we thank you also for your intense engagement with the Arab group led by our brother, the Ambassador of Algeria, during the course of the last 3 weeks, negotiating in good faith, of trying to save the Palestinian people's lives in the Gaza Strip and not to allow the looming catastrophe flying over our heads in having a further catastrophe on the Gaza Strip. We sincerely thank you for that effort, for your principled position, and for your determination that a ceasefire has to be demanded, implemented now to save lives, to save the Gaza Strip, to save the 1.5 million Palestinians in the Rafah district. This draft resolution was brought to the Council precisely because Israel persists with the onslaught, persists with every single grave breach it has been committing, despite the near unanimous calls by the international community for a ceasefire, and despite the ICJ provisional measures ordered to Israel to cease all acts of genocide and incitement to genocide, and to ensure humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian people, who every day are facing death and destruction and the torment of starvation and repeated forced displacement. It has been nearly 3 weeks since I last addressed the Council following the court's order appealing for action to be taken to ensure the implementation of the provisional measures to ensure a ceasefire that would protect the Palestinian people and avert the further ravaging of their lives by the Israeli onslaught. But our appeals have regrettably been to no avail. Between our last council session on the 31st of January and today, the casualty toll has risen from 26,000 Palestinians killed by the Israeli occupying forces to now almost 30,000 people killed and more than 69,000 people injured. This means that in just the past 20 days alone, Israel has killed nearly 4,000 more Palestinian children, women, and men in just 20 days. This is a deplorable consequence of inaction. It means more than 200 Palestinians killed every day. It means that by the time this Security Council session ends, more than 25 Palestinians will have been killed. It means more babies will be murdered, wounded, amputated, and orphaned. More children will die of hunger and hypothermia and disease. It means the continued threat of the further forced displacement of families, the looming danger of a mass expulsion or worse, slaughter of the nearly 1.5 million people in Rafah who have nowhere to flee, no protection whatsoever. It means the continued deprivation of the entire population of Gaza, left without food, water, medicine, and shelter, essential to alleviate suffering and ensure survival. It means that the human lives that could have been spared and saved are instead being forsaken to Israel's genocidal war machine, deliberately, knowingly, by those who oppose a ceasefire. We all know this. We know the staggering figures. We have heard the warning from the Secretary General, the heads of all UN agencies on the ground, dozens of independent special rapporteurs and humanitarian and human rights agencies the world over. We have seen it with our own eyes in pictures and videos that have seared and stained our collective conscience and broken our hearts and our humanity. In the face of Israel's brazen violation of the ICJ order, the court sent another warning, issued another decision on 16 February, reminding Israel that it is bound to fully comply with its obligations under the Genocide Convention and all the provisional measures ordered by the court on 26 January. The court also had to remind Israel that its obligations are immediate and should be effective. The call for ceasefire should have been agreed to long time ago. What threshold needs to be crossed for this Council to finally demand a ceasefire? What could be more serious than the crime than genocide? History, as my brother Ammar said, is going to judge the Council harshly. It is already doing so, impairing its credibility and authority in the eyes of people all over the world, perhaps irreparably. But we will not be complacent in this inaction. We have a duty to our people to seek every possible pathway to bring an end to the slaughter, an end to the trauma and terror, an end to the threats to expel them from their land. We will not be silent, and we will act with every legitimate means to uphold our sacred obligations to defend and protect our people and to pursue justice for them. That is why we have come back to the Security Council over and over again, imploring it to act to protect our people. That is why we will not relent in seeking accountability, calling on the Council, the General Assembly, and all states to act in line with the Charter and all obligations under international law without selectivity, without exception. We will not stop demanding accountability for the war crimes, crimes against humanity and genocide that Israel is perpetrating against the Palestinian people. But accountability must move beyond words in these chambers. It must mean real consequences for the occupying power for its criminal behavior.
And you are listening there as the Palestinian ambassador to the United Nations is speaking after that vote for an immediate ceasefire in the UN was vetoed by the U.S. The U.S. the sole vote against that ceasefire deal, and now it did fail in the UN. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have much more coverage here. On the other side, you're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 11:45 on the East Coast and 8:45 on the West Coast. Here in just about 15 minutes, the former gang leader charged with killing hip-hop icon Tupac will go before a judge. The hearing for Dwayne Keefe D. Davis will decide whether he can be released on bail to house arrest ahead of his trial in June. Davis was charged last year in connection with Tupac's 1996 murder in Las Vegas. Davis is now 60 and originally from Compton, California. He's the only person still alive who was in the car from which shots were fired, police say, in the September 1996 shooting that killed Tupac and wounded rap mogul Suge Knight. That hearing is set for 12 p.m. Eastern Time. That is 9 a.m. local time there. We're going to take it live right here on Live Now from Fox, again getting underway in just about 15 minutes. For now, let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. Also want to remind you, as this image just popped up, that we do expect around noon we will also hear from Nikki Haley. She is telling the Associated Press she's not announcing that she's going to end her campaign for president, nothing of that nature. She's just going to speak on the state of the presidential race. All of that coming up here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. And we did hear a bit earlier from the ambassador to Palestine for the United Nations after a vote to declare a ceasefire in Gaza failed in the United Nations. We are now hearing from the ambassador to Israel there. So let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Survival of Hamas. Exactly the opposite of how it's portrayed. A ceasefire is a death sentence for many more Israelis and Gazans. Supporting a ceasefire means supporting the survival of jihadist terrorists that will continue butchering Israelis and endlessly spilling the blood of innocents. There is a reason, dear colleagues, that the ICJ unanimously and rightly rejected South Africa's attempt to undermine Israel's right to defend itself by calling for a ceasefire. The very idea that Israel would be denied this fundamental right while Hamas would be free to continue its terror and hold hostages is morally unthinkable, because as you know, Hamas is not going to even read your resolutions. So why are some on this council so determined to impose harmful measures that the ICJ refused to take? You all know the answers. Colleagues, a ceasefire is the epitome of a kick-the-can-down-the-road policy. A ceasefire today means immunity for baby killers and rapists. It's an easy way to make this problem an issue for another day. With a ceasefire in place, Hamas will regroup, rearm, and their next attempted genocide against Israelis will only be a question of when, not if. Hamas has sworn publicly to commit the atrocities of October 7th again and again and again until Israel is annihilated. So why is the Council charged with security is so fixated on aiding these monsters to stay in power. Just yesterday, Israel exposed footage proving that Shiri Bibas and her 2 children, 4-year-old Ariel and 1-year-old Kfir, were taken to Gaza alive. So tell me, distinguished council members, a 4-year-old and a baby were taken hostage by Hamas, among others, and most of you choose to support a ceasefire? Why do you want to leave them in Gaza? Do you not see how immoral that is, and what kind of precedent this would set for terrorists around the globe? Did you think about baby Kfir when you voted on this resolution, a resolution that would ensure that Kfir, along with 133 other hostages, remain in dark terror tunnels? Did you think about Noa Argamani? Noa's look of sheer horror as she violently separated from her boyfriend Avinoam Or and taken to Gaza on the back of a motorbike has become a symbol of the hostages' plight. In the heart-wrenching video, you can hear Noa screaming and pleading with the terrorists not to abduct her. Noa's mother, Liora, born Chong Hong Lee, a Chinese-Israeli citizen originally from Wuhan, is terminally ill with stage 4 brain cancer. All she asks is that she can hug Noa, her only daughter, one last time before she succumbs to her illness. To my Chinese colleague, I ask you, in the name of Liora Chong Hong Lee, rather than pushing for a harmful ceasefire which will keep Noa in Gaza, I urge you, pressure Hamas to release Noa so that her mother can see Noa one last time before her death. Colleagues, jihadists around the globe see that the body mandated to uphold international security is willing to allow murderous Hamas rapists to continue their reign of terror. Your calls for a ceasefire empower Hamas, giving them hope to stay in power. This does not ensure security, it prevents it. You truly want a ceasefire? Well, Israel also wants a ceasefire. Your children are not the ones that are falling in battle against bloodthirsty terrorists. They are ours. If Hamas survives, it will be our children that Hamas will murder in cold blood again. Israel seeks a ceasefire, but there is only one formula that we are willing to accept.
All right, you are listening there live, raw, and unfiltered. That was in the United Nations headquarters over in New York City as there was discussion after a resolution failed that would have ordered a ceasefire in Gaza. You heard from the representative for Palestine as well as for Israel there. What you're looking at on your screen is a live look where we will hear from presidential candidate Nikki Haley. She says she is giving a speech about the state of the presidential race. However, she is not going to say that she's removing herself from the ballot or the race or anything of that nature. Let's head to a quick 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Any moment now, the former gang leader charged with killing hip-hop icon Tupac will go before a judge. The hearing for Dwayne Keefe D. Davis will decide whether he can be released on bail to house arrest ahead of his June trial. Davis charged last year in connection with Tupac's 1996 murder in Vegas. Again, we'll bring you that hearing live, raw, and unfiltered as it does get underway. We're also keeping a live look here as Nikki Haley, presidential candidate, is giving a speech on the state of the race for president, but she does tell the Associated Press she's not dropping out of the race. She still plans to take on Donald Trump for that Republican nomination. I do want to head back out live over to New York. That is where the UN Security Council did vote on a resolution to call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. The U.S. did veto the vote, meaning there is no ceasefire ordered there. We're hearing from the ambassador to Israel, so let's pop up the audio live, raw, and unfiltered.
Underneath various UNRWA facilities, schools, everything. Out of UNRWA's 1,300 employees in Gaza, 12%, I repeat, 12% are members of Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and at least 236 of them are active terrorists in these organizations' armed wings. UNRWA has been proven to be an instrumental part of Hamas's terror machine, which makes UNRWA itself a terrorist organization. Yet, rather than take responsibility for the weaponization of this murderous UN agency, Commissioner General Lazzarini has chosen to say that he had no knowledge of Hamas's hold on his own agency. This is blatantly false. Israel exposed terror tunnels under UNRWA schools and supplied evidence of Hamas's exploitation of UNRWA. You can see it in my Twitter account. I personally sent letters to the Commissioner General and the Secretary General. We implored them for years to carry out a comprehensive search of all UNRWA facilities in Gaza. Yet not only did they refuse, they chose to bury their heads in the sand and ignore the reality. This is why every report, every statement or number provided by the UN cannot be trusted. In Gaza, dear colleagues, Hamas is the UN and the UN is Hamas. Distinguished council members, this ostrich tactic, burying one's head in the sand, is the modus operandi among UN leadership. Yet, no matter how deep one's head is buried, it will not change the reality on the ground. A terrorist is a terrorist. A terror organization is a terror organization. And a law-abiding liberal democracy will remain as such. Even if here at the UN, for political reasons, light becomes darkness and day becomes night. This is also the case with the escalating situation on Israel's northern border with Lebanon. For years, and you heard it here, for years Israel has called for this council to impose the implementation of Security Council Resolution 1701. Yet, for years, the UN has opted for the ostrich tactic. Tragically, this is no longer a situation that can be ignored. The clock is ticking. It is not a matter of years, but weeks before Israel will be forced to implement Resolution 1701 ourselves. Just yesterday, a Hezbollah drone was downed while flying over the Sea of Galilee, deep inside Israel. Over 2,000 Hezbollah missiles and rockets have rained down on the cities of Israel's north. 2,000. And nearly 100,000 residents of northern Israel have been displaced due to the threat posed by Hezbollah, with, of course, Iran's backing. A ceasefire in Gaza is not only destructive for Israel and the Palestinians, it also ensures that a blind eye is turned to what is unfolding in the rest of the region. Be it the Houthis' relentless attacks on maritime trade, pro-Iran militias targeting even American service members, or Hezbollah's constant bombardment of Israel's north. The clock is ticking, and sadly, we will be forced to take decisive action. Terror will never be tolerated. Madam President, this Council must put politics aside for the sake of its mandate. A ceasefire that allows Hamas to remain in power means ensured death and destruction. Ignoring Hamas's atrocities and not condemning them means empowering terrorists worldwide. And focusing only on Gaza while looking away from the terror aggression across the region will lead to a future that none of us seek. The Security Council must fulfill its mandate. It must side with Israel against the forces of evil, and it must face reality. Reality is not found when one's head is buried in the sand. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Israel for his statement. I shall now give the floor to the representative of Qatar.
شكرا لكم السيد الرئيس. أود أن أهنئ بلدكم الصديق على رئاسة المجلس ويسرني أن أدلي بهذا البيان باسم دول مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية وهي بلادي دولة قطر والمملكة العربية السعودية ودولة الكويت ودولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة وسلطنة عمان.
The United Arab Emirates, the Sultanate of Oman, and the Kingdom of Bahrain align themselves with the statement to be delivered by the Arab group. Madam President, today's meeting is being held under extremely difficult circumstances. The situation in the Gaza Strip has increasingly deteriorated, and we are facing the worst humanitarian disaster the world has seen. According to UN reports today, there is no safe place in the Gaza Strip. Almost all residents of the Gaza Strip, whose number is more than 2 million, these 2 million people are now refugees and people faced with the risk of starvation. At a time when the aggression by the Israeli occupying power against our Palestinian brethren has been ongoing for 5 months, the GCC has cautioned against the increased frequency of military attacks against our Palestinian brothers. We caution against the increased number of victims, the majority of whom are women and children who have been killed, wounded, and people under rubble. We call on the United Nations to assume responsibility. The UN officials have said that never seen a situation such as that taking place today. The UN Secretary General invokes Article 99 of the Charter, warned about the dangers of the collapse of the humanitarian system and of public order in Gaza. He also called for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. There's a need to fully implement the resolutions 2720 and 2712 of the Security Council dating 2022. Madam President, the Arab states of the Gulf Cooperation Council condemn in the firmest terms the Israeli threat regarding the launch of a military operation against the city of Rafah. In the city of Gaza, we caution against the fact that these threats portend an increase in violence levels and destabilization. These threats represent a danger to regional stability. We firmly condemn the attempts at forced displacement of civilians, and we firmly reject any military engagement in the city of Rafah. We caution against a new humanitarian disaster in that area. This is the last refuge for hundreds of thousands of displaced persons in the Gaza Strip. In the same vein, we profoundly regret the suspension by some donors of their financing for UNRWA, specifically in the light of the dangerous humanitarian situation which we are all bearing witness to. 5 million Palestinian people depend on the agency, especially in the Gaza Strip. We align ourselves in this regard with what was said by the SG in his call for countries who have halted their support to UNRWA to reconsider and to reinstate their financing for the agency to end the humanitarian disaster in Gaza to prevent it from worsening. Our countries reiterate their steadfast position in support of the just Palestinian cause and the legitimate rights of the fraternal people to establish an independent state on the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as the capital. Madam President, Arab states of the GCC extend their appreciation for the ongoing negotiations around a framework agreement for a new humanitarian truce in Gaza. My country, the state of Qatar, has been facilitating these efforts alongside the Arab Republic of Egypt and the U.S. to free hostages and detainees, to guarantee greater deliveries of humanitarian assistance, and to rescue efforts in Gaza to protect civilians. The Arab states of the GCC have profound regrets regarding the failure of the Council to adopt a draft resolution submitted by Algeria. This was supported by the Arab group and the overwhelming majority of members of the Council. This draft is humanitarian by its content and aligns with IHL. We wish to emphasize in this regard that our country will continue efforts alongside partners at all levels to guarantee the achievement of an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. Let us end the bloodletting of the Palestinian people, and let us deliver adequate volumes of humanitarian assistance and relief to Gaza, and let us protect civilians. Thank you very much for your attention.
All right, so you are taking a listen at Qatar as the UN Security Council is discussing their vote in regards to a ceasefire in Gaza, the United States vetoing the Arab-backed UN resolution demanding an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war. Now, the vote in the 15-member Security Council was 13-1, with the United Kingdom abstaining, reflecting the wide global support for ending the more than 4-month war that started with Hamas's surprise invasion of southern Israel that killed about 1,200 people and saw 250 others taken hostage. And again, every country at the UN Security Council has an opportunity to speak on this issue. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 12:07 Eastern, 9:07 Pacific. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Expected in court today is Dwayne Davis, a former LA area gang leader charged with murder in the 1996 killing of Tupac Shakur in Las Vegas. Now, prosecutors and defense attorney Carl Arnold are expected to provide an update on the case following a judge's ruling last month that Davis could be freed to house arrest on a $750,000 bond ahead of his trial, which is currently scheduled to start in June. Now, the judge said Davis must first demonstrate